Industries, an American company focused on enabling better living through chemistry to make a plague. You may be familiar with some of their products: Mentats, Fixer, and the Symptomatic, a revolutionary machine similar to that of the popular Autodoc. Only this machine was able to handle a variety of injuries and diseases, and with the assistance of fusion batteries, it could still work during power outages and shortages. They were making breakthroughs other companies could only dream of, so it's a bit of a mystery as to why they were selected to make a virus and not a cure. Either way, MedTech got to work creating an overwhelming virus that could rival the new plague, if not surpass it. And this virus was unusual, as it only affected teenagers and children, which may have been the goal, to wipe out the next generation of enemy soldiers, leaving empty boots on the battlefield, and creating a deficiency in enemy ranks that they could exploit and take back Anchorage, and if needed, take China. Shortly after the creation of this adolescent killing plague, FEV research from Westtech was leaked to the world through an unknown source, and people started to believe that the US was responsible for the new plague. Then, before a cure could be found and the US could release its own version of new plague, the Great War happened. Facilities went into lockdown, and the world, after one final scream, went quiet. Some 200 years later, we haven't seen hide nor hair of the new plague, but there is something out there that's similar to it, a disease that starts with a fever before blue boils pop up all over the body, a disease which only attacks children, which sounds mighty familiar. Now, the director of the MedTech facility was fortunate enough to be notified by head office of the incoming warheads and subsequently placed the facility into lockdown, ensuring none of their dangerous pathogens could escape. However, this lockdown authorized the use of lethal force against anyone who tried to leave, meaning all of the staff and all of their subjects were trapped inside, and while they slowly died off or became ghouls, there was someone who managed to escape. Wayne Turnquist, who didn't trust anyone to ensure his survival, not the government, not Vault-Tec or MedTech. Instead, Wayne had taken things into his own hands. Over the summer months of 2077, Wayne constructed a backyard bunker large enough for his family, and then hacked his director's terminal, putting in a code that forwarded his logs to him. So when the director got advance notice that warheads were on their way, so did Wayne, and he escaped before the lockdown protocol could be activated, and this may have been the moment where whatever plague they had been working on was released, a virus which has survived for 200 odd years, killing any child it comes into contact with, and its latest victim is Duncan McCready. One day, Duncan was playing out in the fields behind his father's farm. The next, he's covered in blue boils and unable to move. His father, Robert McCready from Little Lamplight, has searched far and wide for a cure, but all efforts have come up short. But there is hope, as MedTech was able to create a cure for their virus called Prevent, and while side effects cause hair loss, cysts, and erections lasting for more than 4 hours, these only occur in adults, and any child given this miraculous remedy can fully recover and grow up as if they were never infected. But the same cannot be said for the new plague, and to this day, we still don't know where it came from. But in the cancelled Fallout 3 Van Buren, a non-canon answer does exist. According to Van Buren, the new plague was actually a top-secret military project codenamed Limit 115. It was a genetically engineered biological weapon developed by the United States. Scientists at Hoover Dam, working under groups that would later be known as the Enclave, created Limit 115 with the intent to deploy it against China to sterilize large portions of their population and reduce their manpower. However, before it could be used, Chinese infiltrators made their way to Hoover Dam wearing stealth suits, where inside they discovered the lab and stole samples of the virus. Quickly, scientists realized the samples were missing and raised the alarm, leading to a long chase that ended in Denver, where soldiers were able to publicly gun down the infiltrators and retrieve the samples, or at least what was left of them. In the chaos, some of the samples were damaged, and Limit 115, the new plague, was released, and this led to an epidemic, nationwide lockdown, and 20,000 deaths, with most of these occurring in Denver. While this is non-canon, in Fallout New Vegas, at Hoover Dam, inside a storage room, we can find 2 Chinese stealth suits, likely just a reference to Van Buren and Limit 115, or maybe it's something more. Be sure to show your support by liking the video and subscribing if you haven't already for more Fallout content. If there's anything you'd like to see in a later video, leave a comment and I'll see what I can do. With that said, thank you, as always, for watching, and I'll see you in the next adventure.
In ancient Egypt, bread was everything. Not only was it the cornerstone of their diet, but it was also a form of currency, and often the way that you would get into the good graces of the gods. That's why they have so many types of bread, like this spiral boiled bread as seen on the tomb of Pharaoh Ramses III. So thank you to Babel for sponsoring this video as we bake the bread of ancient Egypt, this time on Tasting History. Now, depending on the era, the ancient Egyptians had up to 40 different types of bread, or kha. I've actually made one of those 40. It was a simple Egyptian flatbread a few years back, but I've always wanted to make this one, not just because it's spiral and looks cool, but also because it was boiled before it was baked. Maybe. Because we don't know that for sure. Unfortunately, the ancient Egyptians didn't leave us any recipes. Instead, they left us pictures. But because they're just images, often shown out of order, it leaves a lot open to interpretation. So the recipe that I'm going to be using today comes from the Valley of the Kings on the walls of the tomb of Pharaoh Ramses III, who reigned in the 20th dynasty from 1186 to 1155 BC. It starts off with an image of 2 men kneading dough with their feet. Above them we see baskets, presumably where the dough was left to ferment, just as it's still done in parts of Egypt today, and then some men bringing the dough to another who flattens it out and shapes it into some of the many forms that ancient Egyptian breads have been found to have. Everything from discs to the shape of a cow. There were also molds in which bread was baked, some like very long cones and others like triangles, but I've always thought mine looked like a speedo. Then, of course, there is the spiral bread that we're making today. Other men are shown feeding an unknown liquid, and beneath them are baskets of what might be dates or grapes or grain. For the cooking process, we see a man using sticks as if he's ready to place the spiral bread into another heated vat of liquid. Now, many Egyptologists interpret this as boiling, but maybe it's actually a liquid of oil and he's getting ready to fry it. It's really not known. In fact, There was one Egyptologist in the 19th century who thought he was boiling macaroni. But everything else on the wall seems to have something to do with bread, so it's probably bread as well. And since it's boiled, it makes me wonder if the texture's not going to be a little bit like a bagel. After boiling, it shows a baker putting bread into a deep oven similar to a modern tandoor, and then there is more shaping, more baking, and carrying the finished bread. So would we call that a recipe? No, I don't think that we would, but that's okay, I'm still going to make it. But it is why I tend to work with recipes that are actually written down in words, because even if they're not in English, at least I can translate them with some help from today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world, and it is a great way to learn a new language if you're planning on doing some traveling, or you need to learn a new language for work, or if you just want to get some self-improvement going. The lessons from Babbel are nice and quick, about 10 minutes each, so you can put them into your schedule very easily, and they like to focus on words and phrases that you'll find in real-world situations, like wir feiern ein Fest, we're throwing a party. And then, of course, I tend to use this phrase while I'm at any party, ich esse den Kuchen, which is I'm eating the cookie. Babbel also offers lessons specifically in pronunciation, as well as podcasts to help get the language into your ears. And to really get going on a new language, Babbel now offers live lessons, and you get 2 free lessons with your subscription, plus a 20-day money-back guarantee. So to give Babbel a try, just click my link in the description or scan this QR code up here, and you get 60% off of your subscription. Now, while Babbel does offer many, many languages, ancient Egyptian pictures is not one of them, it turns out. So I'm going to be relying on a lot of work from Egyptologists and archaeologists who really study this and have studied specifically the bread and grain found in different tombs from ancient Egypt. And so we are going to start with the grain, the most important part of any bread. So I'm going to be using 4 cups or 500 grams of barley and emmer. Barley and emmer were the 2 most common grains in Egypt, though they also used kamut and einkorn, but those were the 2 most common, so I'm going to blend them together, because they often did blend them. And you can go ahead and grind them yourself. There's actually an inscription from the Old Kingdom tomb of Ti in Saqqara that says, grind, grind well, I grind with all my strength. The servant sifts the flour, and I bake the loaf myself. And really, you should try to grind flour at least once in your life. A lot of work, but then you appreciate pre-ground flour all the more. I ground my own when I made the Egyptian bread last time. This time, I found some stone ground flour, so it's coarse, and it's going to work just fine. Then you'll need 2 teaspoons of salt, a half cup or 125 grams of sourdough starter. You can also use a pack of just dried yeast and some water. That will work just fine. Or if you really want to double down on the authenticity, you can do like the inventor of the Xbox, Seamus Blackley, did, and go scour ancient Egyptian pots for actual yeast. Took yeast out of these old pots and used it to make bread today. I'll put some links to more details on that. I'm not doing that because I can't, but it's really cool to read that. Now from here on out, the rest of the ingredients take a lot of guesswork because you don't know too much, especially when it comes to this specific loaf. The Egyptians sometimes used water to hydrate their bread, but they would also enrich it with some sort of fat or milk. So I'm actually going to be using 1¼ cup or 300 milliliters of warm goat's milk. And the Egyptians often flavored their bread, sometimes with things like coriander or fenugreek or cumin, or made them sweet with things like chopped up dates, figs, or honey. I'm going to be using 3 tablespoons of date syrup. So first, whisk the salt into the flour, and then add the sourdough starter and the milk and the date syrup and mix. Mix until it comes together to form a shaggy dough, set it in a bowl, and cover it with a damp towel for 30 minutes. Let it rest for 30 minutes, then take it out of the bowl and knead it for about 10 minutes. Now when you're working with these kinds of grains rather than just modern wheat, they need a lot of work to build up any gluten. So I'm actually going to knead this 3 times. I'm going to knead it, and then I'm going to set it aside for a ½ an hour and let it rest. I'm going to knead it a second time for 10 minutes, let it rest again for a ½ hour, and then a third time for another 5 or 10 minutes. And by then, it should be a nice, smooth dough. At that point, you can set it aside to ferment or rise. And if you're using like instant yeast or Akan-dry yeast, probably an hour or an hour and a half will work. If you're using sourdough, it's going to take longer. Mine took about 4 hours to double in size, if that's what you're looking for the dough to double in size. Then turn it out onto a clean surface, divide the dough into 4 pieces, and roll them out into long ropes about as wide as your index finger. Then start to coil them around in a tight spiral, keeping it as flat as possible, and then tuck the end in under the dough and pinch it to the dough so it doesn't come apart when you boil them. And then set them on a baking sheet and cover them with damp cloth and let them rise again for another couple of hours. When they look nice and puffy, they are ready. And you can bring 2 quarts of water to a boil and then add a quarter cup of honey. Now, in the image of the Egyptians making this bread, it shows them using some sort of sticks to put these in the liquid. I think that that's going to take a skill that I just don't have. I honestly can't even figure out how they're doing it. So I'm going to use like a strainer that we've used for frying, and it's going to work very well. So put the bread into the water and let it boil for 2 minutes. If you have the skill to flip them, go ahead and flip them. I tried to do that, and it kind of messed up the coil, so I ended up just leaving it with the coil on top and just splashing hot water over it for the entire 2 minutes. Seems to work just fine. Once they're boiled, lift them out of the water and set them on a wire rack to dry and cool. Once they're cool, you can lift the loaves back onto the baking sheet and put them in the oven at 425 degrees Fahrenheit or 218 Celsius and bake them for about 15 minutes, which should be plenty of time for us to head back to ancient Egypt and learn more about the Egyptian. The importance of bread in ancient Egypt cannot be overstated. In many ways, it is why ancient Egypt even existed as a civilization. The fertile fields along the Nile where grain was harvested allowed for the large population that was able to build a civilization that lasted for 3,000 years. A proverb from the New Kingdom said, "Do not let the granary be lacking in barley or emmer, for it is upon the granary that a house stands firm." That house, in this case, could refer to all of Egypt, because bread was absolutely everything. Bread and beer, which is just a drinkable form of bread, especially back then because it was actually made with bread. But not only did everybody eat it, but people were paid in it. The people that built the pyramids were largely paid in bread and beer. The average worker was paid in bread and beer. Soldiers were paid in bread and beer, and quite handsomely, I might add. The Middle Kingdom pharaoh Mentuhotep III boasted of how well he fed his army. "I advanced with an army of 3,000. The battle arena extended to the river and desert. I gave every man a skin of hide and a long stick to carry things, as well as 2 buckets of water and 20 loaves of bread for each day's ration." I guess they got water instead of beer, but they got a lot more bread, so it makes up for it. Especially if they're carrying around all of that bread. That's a lot of bread. Sometimes you'd receive a bit of food in addition to bread, like some laborers during the Old Kingdom who, in addition to 4 pounds of bread, also received 2 bundles of unnamed vegetables and an unspecified quantity of roast meat. And I'm guessing whatever food you got and how much of it kind of depended on who your boss was. Was it just some guy in middle management, or was it the pharaoh himself? Because Ramses II, in addition to bread, hired 20 fishermen to supply fish to 40 workers and administrators who were building a tomb in the Valley of the Kings. So my question is, if they are getting paid with fish from fishermen that he hired, what were the fishermen getting paid? Yeah, answer me that. Now, while Ramses II seemed to pay his workers very well, Ramses III, not so much. He had some troubles making sure that payment came in on time. He's the one that actually is the tomb where our bread recipe comes from today. While they were building either his tomb or another tomb during his reign, the workers were supposed to be paid every month on the 28th day. The bread and beer should show up. 6 months in a row, no bread and beer on the 28th day of the month, so they stopped working, dropped their tools, and said, "We're not doing this anymore." It is because of hunger and because of thirst that we come here. There is no clothing, no ointment, no fish, no vegetables. Send to the Pharaoh our good Lord about it, and send to the Vizier our superior, that sustenance may be made for us. Making sure people had their bread, really food in general, was incredibly important, especially to the stability of the kingdom. It was the way that the pharaoh kept being pharaoh. When Akhenaten, the pharaoh that toyed around with monotheism, experienced any strife amongst his officials, which was rather often, he would throw them a banquet, making sure that they had more food than they could eat, and it seems that this ensured their loyalty. And just for future reference, that is also how you ensure my loyalty. More food than I can. Unfortunately, there were times in Egypt's history where even if the pharaoh wanted to give people their bread, their food, it wasn't in the cards. There wasn't enough to go around, and when that happened, it was not good. It actually is one of the main things that led to the fall of the Old Kingdom. As I said, predictable flooding of the Nile kept the food coming in, and around 2150 BC, that predictability went away. And there were several years where there just was not enough flooding, and so there was not enough food, and already the government was teetering because of other issues. Just put it over the edge. Lo, the desert claims the land. Towns are ravaged. Upper Egypt became a wasteland. Lo, everyone's hair has fallen out. Lo, great and small say, I wish I were dead. Lo, children of nobles are dashed against walls. Infants are put on high ground. Food is lacking. Wearers of fine linen are beaten with sticks. Ladies suffer like maidservants. Lo, those who are entombed are cast on high grounds. Men stir up strife unopposed. Groaning is throughout the land, mingled with laments. See now, the land is deprived of kingship. What the pyramid hid is empty. The people are beneath. According to one ruler in Upper Egypt, which is actually in the south, he said that it wasn't until he started to bring their grain to Lower Egypt, or the northern part of Egypt, things started to become a little more stable. So the moral of the story is make sure people are fed. And that doesn't just go for the entirety of Egypt as a whole, but also on a smaller scale. For domestic tranquility, you need to make sure everybody's got enough bread. The maxims of the Vizier Khafotep during the 5th dynasty instructs, if you are wealthy and set up a household, be gracious to your wife according to what is fair. Feed and clothe her well. Make her happy all the days of your life. Because if you don't feed your wife, someone else will have to do it for you. There is a collection of papyri from Der El Medina. This was the village that housed all the workers who built the tombs in the Valley of the Kings. And they tell us so much about daily life of kind of your average person at this period in time. There's one note from a worker whose co-worker, Ruti, has kicked his wife out of the house and stopped feeding. His wife spent 40 days dwelling with me in my house, and I provided for her, giving her 1 sack of emmer and 10 loaves. And I assumed that it was her duty to grind that sack of emmer into flour, because it was very often the woman's job to do that. It's a lot of work to do, but if you had a sister, you could often pawn that work off on her. From Kakenki Shitsa to her sister, Nina, I shall send you barley, and you shall have it ground for me, and add emmer to it. And you shall make me bread with it, for I have been quarreling with Merimah, my husband. I will divorce you, he keeps saying when he quarrels with me, on account of my mother, questioning the amount of barley required for bread. Now your mother does nothing for you, he keeps telling me, and says, although you have brothers and sisters, they don't take care of you, he keeps telling me, in arguing with me daily. I love that we do this. So much of ancient Egyptian history is, found on the walls of tombs of great pharaohs and viziers, and the events of big wars and politics and everything, and that's all really, really cool. But I am living for the hot goss in this little workers' village in the Valley of the Kings. Yep. So there is some quality stuff in some of the more formal writings of the time, like the instructions of Anu, which were basically written from a father to a son, telling him how to live life. And one of them starts off very sagely, give back in abundance the bread your mother gave you. Support her as she supported you. But then goes on to basically become an ancient Egyptian guild. Your mother had many burdens in you. You were born late, but she harnessed herself, still, her breast in your mouth for 3 years while you flourished. Your excrement disgusted, but she was not disgusted, saying, what shall I do? She sent you to school when you were taught to write, and she waited for you daily with bread and beer in her house. You take care of your mother in her old age. I love these little parables. Anyway, there are a lot of these wise sayings that have to do with bread, and some are even geared toward the pharaoh himself. Like King Merikare was instructed that when people come to you to pay homage, you can't expect them to be as wealthy as you are. If one has no grain to give, be gracious, since they are humble before you. And be content with your own loaves of bread and beer. Granite comes to you unhindered, so do not destroy the monuments of another. Do not eat bread without giving some to those near you who do not have anything to eat, since the bread is eternal, while man does not last. Be content if you are satisfied with 3 loaves of bread and 2 cups of beer. If your stomach still feels hunger, resist it. Now those are all about treating your fellow man well and making sure that everyone is well fed. People. But it also applies to the gods. Enter the temple, eat bread in the house of the gods, replenish the offerings, multiply the sacrificial loaves, increase the daily offerings. It profits him who does so. It was essential to offer bread to the gods, especially during festivals. There was one festival during the reign of Ramses III to the god Amun-Ra, where it said that Ramses gave 2.8 million loaves of bread to the gods. Of course, bread was also for the people who were in the villages around the temple, because the food would go to the god, sit on the altar. Once the gods had enough, then the priest would take the food and give it to the people and keep some for themselves. As one text from the Temple of Edfu explains, one lives on the provision of the gods, but this is always food which leaves the altar after the god is satisfied. My question is, how do they know when the god is satisfied? I'm guessing nobody said, I'm done eating, right? I guess the priest just kind of played that by ear. Either way, my bread is about to be done, and I am not going to offer it to Amun-Ra. I'm just going to go ahead and eat it right now. So once the bread is fully baked, remove it from the oven, set it on a wire rack to cool before eating, and here we are. The boiled spiral bread of Ramses III. I gotta say, they turned out really, really well. I kind of thought while I was boiling them that they would completely disintegrate, but they didn't. They look a lot like, I'm going to say cinnamon rolls, or cow patties, but I'm going to say cinnamon rolls. It smells so good. It must be the honey from the water. It does have a little honey on the outside. Let's open it up here. So it's very dense, which I knew too. Just with this grain, that's what's going to happen. But it's not dry. It looks good. Quite nice. There was a hint of sweetness to it because of that, the date syrup. I think it's actually used a little bit more to make it a little bit more. These grains, while they're really dense, while they are heavy and are hard to work with, they actually provide more flavor than all-purpose flour. It's a really flavorful bread. And then, you add a little bit of the date syrup, and that kind of adds another layer. But I think if you added fruit, or I think with this, it would probably be better with like fenugreek, cumin, something like that. It just complements flavors better, but it's really, really nice. The texture is dense, kind of chewy. It is kind of like a bagel. The outside is smooth like a bagel, so there is that. I wouldn't say that it is like a bagel entirely. It's very different, but it has some of the same characteristics. So this bread obviously was made here in my house, but it seems that the best bread of ancient Egypt is made in thieves. The bread which is in it is more tasty than cakes made of goose fat. Its water is sweeter than honey. One drinks of it to drunkenness. Behold, this is how one lives in thieves. I don't know that they're better than cakes made of goose fat, because I never tried that, but maybe I'll figure out what they meant by that. And so, yeah, this with some water that I guess is very sweet, mighty fine. I'll see you next time on Tasting History.
The government is hiding billions of pounds of cheese in hidden caves underneath the United States that it is selling off by manipulating our advertising and education systems to our detriment in order to turn a profit. And also, welcome to Wendigo. Today we're going to be looking at a conspiracy theory that dates all the way back to the 1970s, and as mentioned, involves secret government cheese tunnels and manipulation of advertisements and education systems for their benefit. While there is some theory crafting here regarding the motive for these actions, most of it's just plain and recorded out in the open, so conspiracy theory is a bit of a stretch. It's mostly just talking about something very weird and shady that the government does. I've known about this story for a long time, but I haven't covered it because I have a rule for myself that if the topic does not involve death in some way, I don't want to cover it. Call it a morbid fascination, but I just think that when something is literally life or death, it just becomes more interesting. Now, that doesn't mean someone has to die per se in every topic I cover. Death just has to be on the table, like a disappearance, or like with the Akali Raft video, the researcher thought that death was going to happen and then it didn't happen, or cryptids, like they're capable of killing people. You get the point. But after looking into it a bit further, I think I can confidently associate various deaths with this story. We'll see how it goes. This is also the second time that I have worked milk into a conspiracy theory regarding the government overlooking the well-being of its citizens for a profit while wearing this shirt. And that's an opportunity I couldn't pass up. So hopefully you decide to stick around and see what this rabbit hole's all about. The one thing I want to mention before we get started is that right now, for a limited time, the Legacy of the Mothman poster is available. A lot of you will probably remember the Legacy of the Wendigo poster that I did a few months ago, and you all were so supportive with that, Invis wanted to keep the cryptid theme going. So here we have Legacy of the Mothman. We have the Mothman presiding over a small town of Point Pleasant during the winter, and I love the design of the Mothman. It's a combination of cute and creepy, and I love the guy's flashlight, and I love the mountains. I love everything about it. They did a fantastic job on the design. The poster is available in 2 sizes at the link in the description. It will only be available for probably another week, if that, and then they're gone forever. So if you're interested, get in on that while you can. Thank you so much to everyone who has already purchased one, and so much to those who sold out the signed copies in under 5 minutes. I can't even wrap my head around that. It really does mean the world. Thank you all for the support you've shown me. It allows me to do more crazy and weird stuff like this. So if you're interested, check it out in the description. It means a lot. And before I just cause unneeded psychic damage by ruining your perspective of childhood cafeterias and commercials, let's talk about something that can actually help you for a sec. Not that I don't want to hurt you, but we have to keep it balanced. Before I continue with information that's going to have absolutely zero positive effect on your life, let's talk about something that can actually help you, like today's sponsor, Aura. I'm sure we've all used our name, email address, and password across the internet without really thinking about it. And while it can certainly be convenient and fun to throw your personal information on the web, it's also dangerous. I mean, recently AT&T released that over 73 million people had their information just dropped onto the dark web. And everything they recommend to keep that from happening, like strong passwords, monitoring your account activity, and fraud alerts, are all taken care of by Aura. Aura will expose data brokers that are using your information and send them opt-out requests on your behalf. Anytime you use your info online, there's a chance that some of that information can fall into the hands of telemarketers or scammers or junk mail listers or what have you. And the data brokers that hold that information are legally required to let it go if you ask them to. However, the process can be very tricky and convoluted because that's what keeps the scam going. But now Aura is here to do the hard part for you, because not only will it automatically scan the internet to find if any of your information is in the wrong hands, but with the press of a button, they'll send an opt-out request on your behalf. Not only does this make your information more secure, but it also opts you out of things like telemarketer calls or junk mail lists. Or it even monitors your email and passwords to see if they were part of a data breach and then gives you advice on what to do from there. In preparation for using Aura in an ad, I ran a check on my email, and lo and behold, some of my information had fallen into the wrong hands, and Aura helps me get that cleared up. So, we've already got my vote. On top of that, the Aura app has a VPN, a password manager, real-time credit and identity theft monitoring, and malware protection. The Aura app even has family features, like monitoring screen time or preventing harmful websites from popping up. Aura is pretty much every internet safety tool you could ever need in one app. The internet can be fun and important, especially when you use it to watch a college dropout talk about cheese tunnels. So have Aura put your mind at ease and let them worry about all of the bad so you can get back to what's good. Speaking of good, there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That's because if you head to the link in the description at aura.com/Wendigoon, you will be able to try Aura for 2 weeks absolutely free. That is right, get Aura for free for 14 days. Sadly, you're probably going to be amazed by all of the information of yours they find just floating around on the web. But you can get that taken care of and see if Aura is right for you again at aura.com/Wendigoon to get in on this incredible internet defense tool today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Aura for sponsoring the video and showing us the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So the reason this conspiracy and cheese caves and all of that exist in the first place is because of dairy. Dairy for the past several centuries has been an incredibly important cornerstone within the world economy. Not only are dairy products like milk and cheese bought and sold in massive quantities across the world, but typically the farmers who are responsible for dairy production are also responsible for several other aspects of food production as well. So not only are these farmers important because things like growing crops or raising cattle tends to be the first step in an entire ecosystem of consumption, but because if those farmers don't do well, then the trade routes that move the product doesn't do well, and the marketplaces that sell the product doesn't do well either. Because of this, it's normally in the government's interest to make sure that first-level producers like farms are doing okay. And this is the very concern that arose during the Great Depression in 1933. In 1933, FDR, under his New Deal, created something called the Commodity Credit Corporation, or the CCC. The purpose of this corporation was to monitor and manage various important markets within the United States. Now, the CCC did a lot of stuff around the Depression era that is important historically, but for the sake of our story, we're concerned about its going on in 1948. See, initially the CCC was just a corporation that was set up by the government, and even though it had assistance and oversight from the government, it was technically its own thing. That wasn't until in 1948 when it became a wholly federal entity, meaning that what operates and appears as its own corporation that just has the better interest of farmers in mind, when you go digging, its CEO is the Department of Agriculture. That in itself is nothing new. There's plenty of companies that sort of operate autonomously and are kind of extra arm farms for the United States government. Well, in 1949, the Department of Agriculture gave the CCC permission to buy excess dairy on the farmers. So why would the government need to do this, right? Well, let's think about it. If at any point there is too much dairy production for the American rate of consumption, so in other words, if farmers are producing in excess of what people are buying, then that means that the price of dairy will go down. If the price of dairy goes down, that means the farmers are being paid less. If someone is being paid less, then that means there is a chance that they are going to go out of business. If they don't meet the minimum requirements for operating costs, they could go belly up. Now, in business, this is a thing that happens a lot. People go bankrupt, people go out of business. Who cares, right? Well, while that may be fine for independent companies that are just looking to turn a profit, the government views dairy as a vital corner of the industry, as explained earlier. Because you can look at any point in history and say, sure, the price of dairy is low right now. Who cares if a few farmers go belly up? That's how markets work. But what happens if 5 years from now, there becomes more of a demand for dairy, and the price of it goes up, and now you don't have enough people supplying the goods for consumers to buy, and because the government views dairy as vital for American well-being, they can't let that happen. So in 1949, the CCC begins to buy up dairy from farmers whenever it's in excess to stabilize the markets. And then, whenever the dairy market becomes in scarcity because there's not enough of it, they release some of that dairy back onto the market, keeping the entire dairy industry within a nice medium. Something, supply and demand, whatever. This is all well and good for about 25 years. Then things change in 1973. In 1973, the United States ran into an energy crisis. The whole energy crisis is an interesting story in its own right, but the short version is a lot of stuff runs on electricity and oil, and we were having trouble getting both of those. It sure is a good thing we lucked out of some very diplomatic negotiations in the Middle East, am I right, boys? Where the energy crisis relates to our story is, again, because of all those supply chains and markets I mentioned earlier. A side effect of the energy crisis was the price of dairy rose by about 30%. This is getting into the danger zone of people from low-income housing no longer being able to afford dairy, and that not only affects that individual's livelihood and health, as mentioned earlier, if people aren't buying, the whole market does bad. So the government tries to step in, and as they always do, they just start regulating stuff. Basically, farmers were being told that they need to produce more dairy, but also they can't sell it for as much as the market demands. Meaning that for a couple of years, the entire nation's dairy industry, and ergo meat, food production, all of it, was almost in the gutter. So in 1977, Jimmy Carter promised to pour $2 billion into the dairy industry to once again artificially sustain its success over time. Because if it goes, a lot of other stuff goes too. What did that $2 billion go to, you may ask? Well, Jimmy Carter said that any excess dairy that is produced by dairy farms would be bought by the federal government. See, the Department of Agriculture, through the CCC, had been buying up dairy for years now. That was nothing new. However, before, the amount of excess dairy that was bought up was a strategic amount to make sure that there's enough scarcity to keep the prices up enough to keep the farms running. But now that Jimmy Carter has said any excess dairy will be bought up, well, that means, you can figure it out. Because the farmers who were previously afraid of producing too much dairy, because, if you produce too much, not only are you flooding the market, but also you are raising your cost of production, you are buying more equipment, more farm hands, more cows. Those guys who were afraid of overcommitting are now being told whatever amount of dairy you produce will be sold. So do the math. If you're a dairy farmer, or someone who's merely considered the concept of maybe one day getting into dairy, how much dairy are you going to make? That's right, as much as you possibly can. And yes, while this did fix the rising prices of dairy, it created an entirely new problem. Too much milk. Unless you have hundreds of miles worth of refrigerators, which would be an entirely new energy crisis if you produce that much, there's no way to keep milk for long periods of time. The government realized this, but also realized that what you can keep for a long period of time is dehydrated milk, butter, and cheese. Cheese being the easiest to store, the government immediately took all of this excess milk that they were buying and turned it into cheese. However, the amount of dairy and now cheese that the government was taking in was far in excess than any amount they could flood back into the marketplace to stabilize the markets later. So the government just had to keep buying cheese and holding it. Where did they put the cheese, you may ask? Well, pretty much anywhere they could find it. They used old warehouses, old bunkers, old food storage facilities. The largest facility and the most famous one that this video is titled after is near Kansas City, Missouri, near Interstate 435. There was an underground limestone cave that was naturally cool all year long. So they turned it into a giant cheese storage facility that holds hundreds of millions of pounds worth of cheese at a 36 degrees Fahrenheit temperature, and yeah, they just leave giant wheels of cheese in there. And hundreds of millions of pounds is not an exaggeration. By most estimates, around 1980, the government had stored about 500 million pounds of cheese that it couldn't do anything with. Not only that, but the incentive to overproduce never went away, because the government was still buying up anything in excess. So they didn't just buy a massive lump of dairy and henceforth cheese during the energy crisis, they were still buying it up for years and years. Now the whole underground cheese cave stuff was kept mostly out of the public eye and just known by people, in the know at like the Department of Agriculture and stuff. That was until December of 1981. It was then on December 2nd of 1981 that John R. Block, Secretary of Agriculture, showed up to the White House with a moldy block of cheese. He held it up to reporters and said that there are 60 million more of these that the government is doing nothing with. This spurred a lot of commotion about government wastefulness from journalists and Americans alike. So later that same month, President Ronald Reagan said that cheese would begin to be moved into government welfare programs. Initially, Reagan committed to sending 30 million pounds of the cheese into welfare programs, but eventually like 300 million pounds were sent out. And you may think, oh, well, that's like over half of the cheese supply. Keep in mind, the government is still buying cheese as they are sending it out the door. It was incorporated into the Temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program and has forever been known as government cheese. Government cheese is referenced in a lot of American culture, from songs to stories. Some people look at it fondly, like people remember when they were a kid and would eat, grilled cheese sandwiches with it. Other people view it harshly, that it was a sign of poverty, what have you. Either way, most people don't know that this government cheese program that ended in the 1990s actually came from this entire weird series of market control that I've mentioned up till now. Aside from that, the government continued to buy up dairy from farmers until around 2014, when the program ended, because the markets kind of figured themselves out. And you may hear that and think, oh, okay, does that mean that they ended up giving away or running out of all this excess cheese? No. Those same storage facilities that now managed by the USDA, rather than having 500 million pounds worth of cheese in them, now have somewhere around 1.4 billion pounds of cheese in them. But in spite of that, the government isn't buying it up anymore. At least not to the same degree they were previously. They still buy it up for things like school programs or disaster relief funds, but not to the same degree or the promise of any excess as they were before. So why did the government quit buying it up all of a sudden? Why is 1.4 billion pounds fine when 500 million was a huge issue before? And perhaps most importantly, where did all the cheese go? And that's where we get into the conspiracy. Again, this isn't so much a conspiracy as much as it is a series of conveniences for the federal government. So put yourself in the federal government's shoes in the 1980s. The problem is that you are continuing to buy dairy from farmers. Well, you can't quit buying it because now the system has got large enough to the point that if you quit, there could be a market crash that could have repercussions across the entire economy. You can't throw all of your cheese onto the marketplace because that will flood the markets, and what I just said will happen, but in a different direction. Effectively, the government has become a whale that is buying so much of the product that if the whale were to disappear, it could crash out the whole market. So the government scratches its chin and says, what if, instead of us continuing to buy it to this degree, what if we push that responsibility onto the American public? What if we stop increasing the amount of cheese bought and instead increase the need to buy cheese. Well, to understand how that happened, you have to understand something called the commodity checkoff program. Commodity checkoff programs are effectively brandless advertisement and marketing, sort of. Effectively, you have commodities within the United States, like as mentioned with dairy, are important not only themselves, but the economy as a whole. So a commodity checkoff program is a system that increases the markets and buyers for a specific commodity. So in other words, you're not advertising a brand of something like meat or eggs. You're just advertising eggs or meat as a concept. The way commodity checkoff programs worked originally is farmers could send in money optionally as a sort of tax, and then the program would use that money to encourage things like the product finding its way into different markets, education around the product, etc. For example, there was a commodity checkoff program around pork. So the program would take money from the farmers and then use that money to educate people on the benefits of pork, whatever that means, to pay for pork advertisement, and to lobby with things like restaurants or food chains to put pork on the menu. With the whole idea being that you're helping the market rather than a specific brand or seller. And of course, like the CCC, all of this is run by the USDA. Well, in 1983, the Dairy Promotion Program began. So, as mentioned, dairy farmers had the option to pay this Department of Agriculture organization to help sell dairy as a concept rather than a specific seller. While this might have done some help for the dairy industry, it wasn't until 1996, during the Clinton administration, that the government decided they were going to kick it into overdrive. Then the Dairy Promotion Program was no longer an option and became a mandatory tax for all dairy farmers. In 1995, the tax was 15 cents per 100 pounds of dairy sold. Effectively, it's a tax for the benefit of the whole market. So now the government is taking in a tax from dairy farmers and trying to convert that money into sales for dairy. How do they do that? Well, just do what they always do, silly. Make another shell company. Because in 1995, the government created Dairy Management Incorporated, or the board underneath the USDA Dairy Promotion Program created an entirely new company that's just hip and cool and loves milk for some reason, called Dairy Management Incorporated, or DMI. I jest a little bit. It's not like the government ever tried to hide records that they were running DMI or anything. But most people don't scratch below the surface, and DMI is an excuse to buy things like television advertising, or posters, or celebrity endorsements without the government getting involved. In 1993, the state of California's Milk Processing Board, which is an independent organization within California made to support local dairy farmers, started an ad campaign called Got Milk. Well, in 95, after the Dairy Management Incorporation, or the DMI, came to, I guess it didn't come to power, but in a dairy sense, it absolutely did come to power. It's like a sovereign ruler over the farms of America. In 1995, Got Milk was bought by the Milk Processor Education Program, which is a program under the Dairy Promotion Program and with DMI and whatnot. Did you ever think it was weird if you grew up like I did and saw posters of Taylor Swift with milk mustache? Did you ever think it was strange that it wasn't telling you to buy any specific brand of milk? Like, it wasn't a company's milk that you were supposed to buy. It was just selling you on the idea of milk as a concept. And on that same note, did you also think it was weird that schools began to roll out individual milk and chocolate milk cartons? And like every single year I was in school, that was always an option for students to get. What about all of the education and school health class stuff that got injected about how milk strengthens your bones, or it made its way into all of our commercials and kid shows about how milk makes you big and strong? Isn't it convenient that at the exact moment the government decides they want to stop buying milk, we're all of a sudden told that we need to start buying milk? Now, I want to make it very clear. I am not saying any of this to imply or suggest that milk is bad for you or you shouldn't drink it. It is infinitely healthier for a child to be drinking a carton of milk at school than for them to drink a soft drink. It is good for you, it does help with your body's development, but those are all coincidental to the government's actual goal. Milk was touted as a superfood because the feds needed someone to foot the bill. The fact that it was healthy is just a cool coincidence. It is not the praxis of getting people to drink milk that is the issue, it's the motivation behind it that should be called into question. And if you want evidence for that, let's look at cheese. DMI is most well known for their influential status within the cheese market. So a lot of this money that goes into DMI from dairy farmers, as mentioned earlier, goes to effectively lobby cheese onto the menus of various restaurant and fast food chains. Author Clint Rainey, when writing for Bloomberg, described the DMI as, quote, the Illuminati of cheese, and also said, quote, a secretive government-sponsored entity putting cheese anywhere it can stuff it. DMI began to lobby with a lot of restaurants to put more cheese into whatever they were selling. In 1995, they worked with Pizza Hut to release the stuffed crust pizza. They've worked with companies like Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's to add more cheese to their burgers. And they've repeatedly worked with companies like Taco Bell to find more ways to put cheese into things like quesadillas and quesalupas. Well, you may be asking yourself, okay, but what's in it for the fast food chains, right? Because it's not like someone from DMI is just going to show up and say, put extra cheese in your food, and they're just going to do it, right? Well, of course not. As with any of these things, money's exchanged. A large part of the DMI's money goes to advertising for specific companies to ensure that more cheese is sold. A 2009 article from the Daily Herd, a farmer's newsletter, talks about how cool it is that the DMI has committed to paying Domino's $12 million for advertisement in the next 2 years. Also off of that, it's now not so surprising why the government bailed out Domino's after the 2010 recession. And this happens with every company they work with. Even though it's through the DMI, which is its own incorporation, it is the government paying out businesses to put more cheese on the menu through advertisement costs or some kind of kickback. And before even getting into the health ethics of that, there's already ethics on the taxation principle of that. Because like I mentioned, the dairy promotion program is not optional. It is a mandatory tax that farmers have to pay. So any farmer producing dairy has to produce the tax money for the dairy they produce, and then guess what companies, chains like McDonald's and Taco Bell, buy off of? They're not buying off of the small upstarter family-owned farm, they're buying off of the super corporations, the ones that have thousands and tens of thousands of cattle that have been doing it for the past 50 years. So effectively, smaller dairy companies are having to pay a tax to ensure that their competition stays at the top. Not only that, but where you can kind of look the other way when it comes to milk, because sure, in large quantities, milk can be bad for you. It's still a healthier option for kids and anyone to be drinking over something like soda, right? But you cannot say the same thing about cheese. Cheese causes high cholesterol, cheese is linked to obesity, especially in the extreme volumes we consume nowadays. In the 1970s, the average American consumed about 7 to 8 pounds of cheese per year, which when you break that up as 3 meals over 365 days isn't that much. Compare that to the modern age, where it's estimated that the average American consumes about 41 pounds of cheese per year, or as a country, 13.5 billion pounds of cheese. And while that is an absurdly high number, that is still per capita lower compared to countries like Italy or France. The rate Americans buy dairy from the 1980s to now has actually fallen to about half, but that doesn't matter because our rate of consuming cheese has more than quadrupled. And Dairy Management Inc., the company that is not the government but also definitely is the government, had a large hand in that, encouraging pizza chains to put more cheese on their pizza, and also every menu at any fast food chain add cheese in some different way and name all their foods cheesy or with cheese, and make schools roll out pizza parties every week to sell more cheese. Remember all those that you just thought were fun and had no underlying motive? Sorry. Remember how at the beginning of this video 500 million pounds of cheese was a problem, and now those same facilities have 1.4 to 1.5 billion pounds of cheese in them, and it's not a problem? Well, that's because about 300 million pounds of that is actual government property used for disasters, school efforts, whatever. The other 1.2 billion pounds is cheese that is stored by the USDA for private companies. Meaning that what was once a problem of, oh, what are we going to do with all this cheese? We can't expect people to eat it, is now just a blip on the radar. 1.4 billion pounds of cheese is nothing compared to the 13.5 billion we consume every year. And of course, the hypocrisy for that lies on the USDA, the same organization that claims so much to be concerned with American health, to make sure Americans are eating what they're supposed to, have a company that makes sure we get cheese in everything we eat. They'll say things like eat cheese in moderation and be careful with your consumption while creating a 7-cheese pizza with stuffed crust. The fact of the matter is sure, maybe when it doesn't matter, they're kind of concerned about our health, but not when there's a profit to be made. And the government, instead of changing regulations or the way they handle products and consumers, simply puts the bill over to us and tells us to do what they always tell us, just buy more. So congratulations, the country's been psyoped into eating cheese. What do we do now? Well, the solution is what the solution is anytime there's a government issue. It goes back to you, the individual. Don't eat fast food, or if you do eat it, do it in moderation, and try to stay away from things that aren't healthy for you. And while sure, the health of oneself always falls back on the person, that's not the motto that organizations like the USDA or the government as a whole are taking. They're supposed to have our best interest in mind, but in praxis, that best interest always exists as long as there's no money to be made. It's easy for us to look at the circumstance and argue personal responsibility and to just stay away from it, but fast food is cheap and easy, and the government knows that, so they know they will always have the population of those in poverty or those who are uneducated that they can throw their product onto. Because who cares if American obesity is at an all-time high as long as we don't have to worry about the whole cheese thing. And also, blah, 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 high cholesterol obesity leads to heart attacks, stroke, death, and that is how I'm working death into this video. And at the end of the day, this isn't anything that I think is worth grabbing pitchforks over, right? The government had to hold up a part of the economy, and they didn't want to do it anymore because they needed the money for some other frivolous purpose. So they use kind of shady advertisement tactics, especially shady when it comes to kids, to pawn that responsibility off onto us. But again, we can simply choose to not participate in the cheesy Gordita crunch, although we may dabble from time to time. And it's not like things like drinking milk are that harmful, right? But what I am saying is if the government's willing to fix their mistakes or solve their problems through us by changing the education around certain products or reframing narratives regarding how we're supposed to consume certain products, or using celebrities or other tools at their disposal to convince us that something is in our best interest, if they're willing to change what is considered the best interest, if they're willing to set up shell companies, if they're willing to use tax dollars, if they're willing to change the way a core part of the economy functions over milk, then what do you think they're willing to do about everything else? All of that to say, remember kids, the next time somebody tells you the government wouldn't do that, you can figure out the rest. And if you think this entire video is crazy, if you think this is some whack brain conspiracy that doesn't make any sense and I'm insane and very weird, which you're definitely right about at least one of those things, I still want to say thank you for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. As a lot of you probably know from like the Creedcast stuff or the red thread that I've talked about lately, I got my wisdom teeth removed a couple weeks ago and my face still kind of hurts. So when I was like hyped up on the pain medication, I was just like, I had a laptop in bed reading about milk. So that's my recovery process. So I hope you enjoyed this. I hope this was interesting for you. I know it's been a while since the last video, or like this video was supposed to come out sooner than I originally thought, but again, face swollen and whatnot. So I finally feel able to sit down and record a video, and this was a topic that kept having rabbit holes. Like I dig and I figure out stuff about like the Got Milk campaign, and then there's a mention of DMI, and I'm like, what's DMI? And then that turns into the whole cheese thing, and that's where I found my connection to death. Cheese has absolutely killed several thousand Americans, no question about it. Yeah, this is just a story that I thought was interesting, I thought was a little shady, and I thought was a good example of the government being kind of spooky. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Just a random strange off-topic video also about milk, which is now my second one up, which is weird that it happened twice. Thank you all for sticking around for this one. There's Creepcast and Red Thread on the way, Weird Bible, once a month as always. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Once again, the Legacy of the Mothman poster is available at the link in the description. It will be here for a very limited amount of time, less than a week, and it is gone. Get in on that in the description while you can. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video, as always. Yeah, there will be some new, very cool announcements. There should be an announcement very soon regarding the Stalker film, which a lot of you guys have been asking about. So thank you for your patience on that. The people who donated, like, they know through the Kickstarter and everything. But for everyone else, announcement about that on the way very soon. Thank you all for your support for that. I believe that should do it for now. But I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye! The government is hiding billions of pounds of cheese.
Paleobiology is the study of ancient life through the remains of fossils and other biological evidence. Basically, it's like biology, but focuses more on organisms that lived in the past, like dinosaurs. And a lot of what's out there is still unconfirmed, and because of these gaps in our knowledge, there's a bunch of really weird and strange theories that have come up relating to this field. So in this video, we'll be covering a bunch of those in this weird paleobiology iceberg. Without further ado, let's get straight into the video now with the first entry, warm-blooded dinosaurs. The idea that some dinosaurs might have been warm-blooded, like modern birds and mammals, challenges the traditional view of these creatures as cold-blooded reptiles. This theory is supported by several lines of evidence from paleobiology. First, the bone structure of many dinosaurs suggests that they may have been warm-blooded. Unlike cold-blooded animals, which typically have bones with growth rings like trees, indicating periods of slow or paused growth, many dinosaur bones show continuous growth. This pattern is similar to that seen in warm-blooded animals, which maintain a consistent body temperature that promotes steady growth. And the discovery of fossilized feathers in dinosaurs like Velociraptor and even larger species like Eutyranus supports the idea of warm-bloodedness. This is because feathers serve multiple functions, including insulation, which is necessary for maintaining body heat. The presence of feathers might indicate that these dinosaurs needed to preserve body heat, which is a known characteristic of warm-blooded animals. Thirdly, the behavior of dinosaurs might also provide clues about their metabolism. Some dinosaurs, mainly theropods like T-Rex and other bipedal meat-eaters, show evidence of very active lifestyles, which could have required the high energy levels supported by warm-blooded metabolism. The position and structure of their leg bones suggests that they were also capable of sustained activities, like running or hunting, which are also typical of warm-blooded animals. And last thing I want to add is isotopic analysis of dinosaur bones can give insights into body temperature. By examining the ratios of certain isotopes in dinosaur bones, scientists can actually infer whether the animals maintain higher body temperatures independently of the environment, a trait of warm-blooded organisms. These pieces of evidence together suggest that at least some dinosaurs could regulate their body temperatures, though not necessarily in the same way modern birds and mammals do. Also, the term mesothermic has also been proposed to describe an intermediate metabolic state, where an animal is not fully warm-blooded, but still has some ability to control its body temperature beyond the capabilities of traditional cold-blooded animals. March of Progress. The March of Progress is a well-known illustration that has been widely used in textbooks and media to depict the evolution of primates, culminating in modern humans. Created by Rudolf Zellinger in the 1960s as part of a larger mural for the Yale University's Peabody Museum of Natural History, this linear depiction is formally titled The Road to Homo sapiens. It shows a series of figures evolving from early primate ancestors to modern humans, standing in a line that progresses from left to right. Despite popularity, the March of Progress is criticized though by a lot of scientists for several reasons. First, it presents evolution as a linear process aimed at producing a creature that resembles a modern human, which is kind of misleading. The true thing is, evolution is not a linear or goal-oriented process, but a complex web of branches representing different lineages, many of which do not survive into the present. The sequence implies that each stage is a direct descendant of the previous one, which is not necessarily true. For example, modern humans did not evolve directly from the forms that immediately precede us in the illustration, but shared common ancestors with them. The depiction also leaves out numerous other primate lineages that evolved in different directions and doesn't really reflect the true diversity and complexity of primate and human evolution. Also, the March of Progress fosters the misconception that evolution is a progression towards greater complexity or so-called perfection. In reality, evolution is about changes in genetic traits in populations over time, driven by environmental pressures, genetic drift, and mutations, not really a drive towards improvement. In educational and scientific contexts today, though, there is an effort to move away from such oversimplified and misleading representations of evolution. More accurate depictions that are kind of more being used now are branching trees or networks that show how various species are interconnected and all the evolutionary paths that lead directly to the present day. Pycnal fibers. Pycnal fibers are hair-like filaments found in the skin of pterosaurs, which you probably all know were flying reptiles that lived alongside dinosaurs from the late Triassic to the end of the Cretaceous period. These structures are a really important discovery in paleobiology because they offer insights into the appearance, physiology, and behavior of these ancient animals. Unlike the feathers of birds, pycnofibers are not known to have central shafts or barbs, and they appear to be more similar to hair. They were likely composed of keratin, the same protein that makes up human hair and animal fur. The presence of these pycnofibers suggests that pterosaurs had some form of insulation, which could have helped in temperature regulation, like we talked about in the first entry. This feature is particularly intriguing, like we said before, because it supports the idea that pterosaurs, like some dinosaurs, might have been warm-blooded to some degree. Being warm-blooded for pterosaurs in specific would have allowed them to be active over a wide range of temperatures and to sustain high-energy activities like flight. Pycnofibers also indicate that pterosaurs had varied skin coverings, possibly similar to the diverse plumages seen in birds today. This variation could have played roles in camouflage, display behaviors, or even sensory perception. Some studies suggest that these pycnofibers could have also enhanced pterosaurs' sense of touch, similar to how whiskers function in modern mammals. The arrangement and density of these fibers varied among pterosaur species though, which suggests different adaptations to their environments. For instance, species living in colder climates might have had denser insulation. The study of these fibers is kind of challenging though because of their delicate nature, since they are not often well preserved in fossils, and it can be kind of difficult to distinguish them from surrounding material. Research on pycnofibers though is still ongoing, and each new fossil discovery has the potential to reveal more about the life of pterosaurs. Extinction by meteor. The most famous extinction event attributed to a meteor impact is the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, which occurred about 66 million years ago. This event led to the mass extinction of roughly 75% of Earth's species, including all non-avian dinosaurs. It basically marked the end of the Cretaceous period and the beginning of the Paleogene period, and therefore significantly altered Earth's biological and geological future. The primary evidence for a meteor impact being the cause of this extinction event is centered around the discovery of a worldwide layer of sediment enriched with iridium, a rare element on Earth's surface, but common in asteroids and comets. This layer is known as the KPG boundary. The high concentration of iridium in this layer suggested an extraterrestrial origin. Further support for this hypothesis came from the discovery of shocked quartz and microscopic spherules that formed from vaporized rock, both of which are indicative of the extreme conditions produced by large impact. The location of the impact is believed to be the Chicxulub crater in Mexico. This crater, measuring about 180 kilometers in diameter, was created by an asteroid estimated to be about 10 kilometers wide. The impact would have released an enormous amount of energy equivalent to billions of atomic bombs. This catastrophic event triggered widespread fires, tsunamis, and threw massive amounts of debris into the atmosphere. The immediate aftermath of the impact likely induced sort of a nuclear winter scenario, where sunlight is blocked by the dust, soot, and aerosols ejected into the atmosphere. This blockage would have led to a dramatic drop in global temperatures and the disruption of photosynthesis processes, critically affecting the food chain from the bottom up. These environmental changes created harsh conditions for survival, mainly impacting photosynthetic organisms and the species that depended on them, leading to a cascading effect through the food web. In the longer term, the environment gradually stabilized though, and the extinction of the dominant groups like non-avian dinosaurs allowed for the rise of mammals and other groups to fill new ecological niches. This shift represents one of the most significant reorganizations of life on Earth and really shows the impact of sudden environmental changes on evolutionary trajectories. Predator Dromaeosaurus. These dinosaurs, which are commonly known as raptors, are a group of theropod dinosaurs that are closely related to modern birds. One of the most interesting revelations in paleontology is the discovery that the raptors had feathers. This discovery has significantly influenced our understanding of the appearance and behavior of these ancient predators, as well as the evolutionary connection between dinosaurs and birds. Feathers in raptors were not limited to simple, downy coverings, but included complex, veined feathers similar to those seen in modern birds. The presence of these feathers was first established through fossils from China, mainly from the Jian Formation, where exceptionally well-preserved specimens of species like Microraptor and Sinornithosaurus were found. These fossils show impressions of feathers along the arms, tails, and sometimes bodies of these creatures, indicating that feathers were widespread among dromaeosaurs. The function of these feathers in raptors is likely variable. In smaller species like Microraptor, feathers might have been used for gliding or even powered flight. Microraptor basically had long flight feathers on its arms and legs, suggesting a forward-wing gliding capability. In larger raptors such as Velociraptor, feathers might not have been used for flight, but could have served other purposes like insulation, display, and signaling to other members of the species. Also, the discovery of quill knobs on the forearm bones of Velociraptor provides direct evidence for the presence of robust, veined feathers similar to those used by birds in flight. So yeah, the diversity of feather structure among these raptors points to their evolutionary experimentation with feathers, which likely started for insulation or display and later adapted in some lineages to enable flight. This variety in feather use reflects a broader trend in dinosaur evolution, where different groups independently developed similar feathers to adapt to their environments. Also, the feathered raptors show the evolutionary connection between theropod dinosaurs and birds. Modern birds are now considered part of the theropod dinosaur lineage, having evolved from small feathered theropods. This link is supported not only by the feather evidence, but also by similarities in skeletal structures, nesting behaviors, and even lung physiology. Headbutting Pachycephalosaurus. Pachycephalosaurus, known for their distinctive thick-skulled dinosaurs, have interested paleontologists for a long time, with the potential function of their uniquely robust craniums. These dinosaurs, which lived during the late Cretaceous period, had dome skulls that were sometimes several inches thick. The genera such as Pachycephalosaurus, Stygimoloch, and Dracorex display varying degrees of cranial thickness and ornamentation, such as knobs and spikes around the dome. The primary theory about the function of these thick skulls is that Pachycephalosaurus used them in headbutting behaviors, similar to modern-day animals like bighorn sheep or musk oxen. This hypothesis suggests that these dinosaurs may have engaged in such behaviors for reasons like defending territory, competing for mates, or even just establishing dominance within their groups. The most compelling physical evidence comes from the structure of the skulls themselves though. Their thick, rounded domes are well suited to absorb and redistribute the impact forces involved in head-to-head collisions. The bones in the skull show signs of being extremely dense, a feature that would have helped resist fractures during impacts. Also, some fossilized skulls of Pachycephalosaurus have been found with lesions or other damage that could have resulted from headbutting. However, this hypothesis is not without its controversies and alternative theories. Some researchers argue that the placement of the eyes and neck vertebrae would have made direct head-to-head combat risky and potentially harmful, suggesting that these structures might have been used more for display or ritualized combat, much like the head-shoving seen in some modern birds and reptiles. This type of behavior would have reduced the risk of injury compared to full-force collisions. Also, detailed analysis of the biomechanics of Pachycephalosaurus skulls and necks suggests that while they could withstand certain levels of stress, the force of direct head-on impacts seen in modern headbutting animals could still have been damaging. This has led to some paleontologists to speculate that if headbutting did occur, it might have been directed towards the body rather than the head, or that juveniles engaged in headbutting as their skulls were not fully thickened until they reached maturity. But the study of Pachycephalosaurus and their behavior continues to be an active field of research, with new technologies such as finite element analysis providing more insights into how these creatures might have lived. Sexual dimorphism. In paleobiology, the study of sexual dimorphism involves examining fossil evidence to detect differences between males and females of extinct species. This area of study offers insights into the social behavior, reproductive strategies, and ecological roles in ancient organisms, but does present its challenges because of the incomplete nature of the fossil record. Detecting sexual dimorphism in extinct species is often difficult because, unlike in living species, behaviors are not observable. The soft tissues may show differences, like coloration, but are rarely preserved. Also, without direct evidence of reproductive organs, it can be kind of hard to assign sex with certainty to fossil specimens. Researchers rely on size and shape of bones and other hard structures, looking for consistent patterns among multiple specimens that might indicate differences in sex. Among dinosaurs, some of the best candidates for studies of sexual dimorphism, like Triceratops and theropods, like T-Rex. In ceratopsians, variations in frill shape and size might indicate sexual dimorphism, with hypotheses suggesting that larger, more ornate frills were used by males for display during mating rituals or to establish dominance hierarchies. However, definite evidence is kind of lacking, and alternative explanations such as species differentiation or age-related changes also exist. In pterosaurs, some species show variations in crest size and shape, which might indicate sexual dimorphism. Larger crests could have also been used for display or other social interactions. The challenge here, though, lies in determining whether these differences are because of sexual dimorphism or represent different stages of maturation within the species. In marine reptiles like ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs, studies have suggested sexual dimorphism in features like the size or shape of the pelvis, with potential links to differences in reproductive roles. For instance, females might have had wider pelvises to facilitate the birth of live young, as many marine reptiles were believed to give birth to live offspring rather than laying eggs. Understanding sexual dimorphism in extinct species can help reconstruct the mating systems, social structures, and life histories. For instance, pronounced dimorphism might suggest a polygynous mating system where males compete for access to multiple females. It can also hint at ecological roles of sexes, suggesting different feeding strategies or habitat use that might reduce competition for resources between males and females. Birds are dinosaurs. The idea that birds are modern dinosaurs is well supported by extensive scientific evidence and is widely accepted in the field of paleontology. This realization has emerged from decades of fossil discoveries and research that link birds directly to a group of theropod dinosaurs in the Mesozoic era. Birds descended from a specific lineage of theropods known as maniraptorans, which include creatures like Velociraptor and share many features with modern birds. One of the most critical connecting features is the presence of feathers. Initially, feathers might have evolved for insulation or display, and only later were co-opted for flight, like we mentioned. And more recent finds in China of feathered dinosaurs like Microraptor provide strong evidence of these shared characteristics. Over millions of years, these feathered theropods developed adaptations that led to powered flight, like more sophisticated feather arrangements, lighter bones, a more powerful metabolic system, and modified limb structures. The skeletal structure of birds also reveals their dinosaurian heritage. Birds possess a unique fused collarbone known as furcula, or wishbone, which is a trait shared with theropod dinosaurs. Their wrists and hands are similar as well, adapted for supporting wings in birds and for various functions in their dinosaur ancestor. Also, the nesting behavior and brooding of eggs observed in some theropod fossils suggest behavioral links between non-avian dinosaurs and birds. The discovery of fossilized nests and embryos indicates that some care for their young, and reproductive strategies were also inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. And advancements in molecular biology have reinforced this relationship through comparative genetics, finding that birds share many genetic traits with dinosaurs, which aren't present in other animals. This genetic link provides a molecular confirmation of the physical and anatomical evidence seen in fossils. So yeah, in essence, birds are not just descended from dinosaurs, but are considered a living group of theropod dinosaurs, specifically part of the subgroup called Phylosauria. Dinosaur coloration. The topic of dinosaur coloration has long interested scientists and the public alike, with traditional depictions often imagining dinosaurs in drab monochromatic tones similar to those of modern reptiles. However, recent scientific advancements, mainly in the analysis of fossilized melanosomes, which are pigment-containing organelles found in animal tissues, have revolutionized our understanding of what dinosaurs might have looked like. Melanosomes are microscopic structures that can be preserved in exceptional fossil conditions, and their shape and density can indicate the color they once produced. Different shapes of these melanosomes are associated with different colors in modern birds and reptiles. For example, spherical melanosomes typically correspond to pheomelanin, which produces reddish and yellow colors, whereas elongated forms are associated with eumelanin, which produces black or brown hues. The study of these structures in dinosaur fossils began with the discovery of feathered dinosaurs in the Jurassic and Cretaceous sedimentary rocks of China, where exceptionally well-preserved fossils have allowed paleontologists to undertake detailed analysis of dinosaur skin coverings. For instance, the small theropod Sinosauropteryx was found to have alternating bands of dark and light coloring on its tail, suggesting a striped pattern that could have been used for camouflage or display. Further studies have revealed the diversity of color patterns in other feathered dinosaurs, like Akiwoo, which showed evidence of a complex arrangement of black, white, and red feathers. This has led scientists to theorize that vivid coloration in dinosaurs could have played roles similar to those it plays in modern birds, such as attracting mates, intimidating rivals, or even regulating body temperature. Also, the presence of iridescent feathers has been suggested in some dinosaur species, similar to those seen in some modern birds, where the feather structures create shimmering and shifting colors. This kind of coloration is typically used in visual signaling, further suggesting that visual communication was important among these ancient creatures. These findings suggest that the world of dinosaurs was far more colorful and dynamic than previously imagined, challenging the old stereotypes of gray and green reptilian giants. Instead, it's likely that many dinosaurs, especially the feathered varieties, exhibited a spectrum of colors and patterns that could rival the diversity seen in birds today. Alright, Tier 2, Dilophosaurus. The portrayal of Dilophosaurus with the frill around its neck and the ability to spit venom, as popularized by movies like Jurassic Park, is actually a piece of creative fiction rather than scientific fact. In reality, the paleontological evidence doesn't support the existence of either feature in Dilophosaurus. Dilophosaurus was a real dinosaur from the early Jurassic period, about 193 million years ago. It was one of the earliest large carnivorous dinosaurs, measuring about 20 feet long and weighing around 1,000 pounds. Its most distinctive features, supported by fossil evidence, are a pair of rounded crests on its skull made of thin bone. These crests likely vary between individuals and might have been used for display, species recognition, or other social behaviors. The idea of Dilophosaurus possessing a neck frill, though, comes entirely from its depiction in popular media and has no basis in the fossil record. Such a feature has not been observed in any theropod dinosaur today. Similarly, the ability to spit venom is also a fictional addition, since there's no evidence in any dinosaur species that suggests the development of venomous capabilities similar to those seen in Jurassic Park. In reconstructing the appearance and behavior of dinosaurs like Dilophosaurus, paleontologists mainly rely on comparisons with marine animals and the anatomical structures preserved in fossils. For Dilophosaurus, studies of the skull and teeth suggest it was a predator, likely preying on smaller dinosaurs and other contemporary animals. Its teeth were sharp and serrated, typical of carnivorous dinosaurs, and its body was well adapted for swift movement, suggesting it had a really active predatory lifestyle. So yeah, even though we know all this about it, the frill and venomous parts are not there in the fossil record. Living fossils. In paleontology, the term living fossils refers to species that have been remained relatively unchanged over millions of years, and whose modern forms closely resemble their fossilized ancestors. These species are of great interest in scientific research because they offer insights into evolutionary stability and the environmental conditions of different geological periods. One classic example of a living fossil is the coelacanth, a type of fish that was thought to have gone extinct around 66 million years ago until a living specimen was discovered off the coast of South Africa in 1938. Coelacanths date back nearly 400 million years, and their body structure has changed very little over the vast span of time. They possess unique features like a lobed tail and a special joint in the skull, which have been retained through the ages. Another well-known example is the horseshoe crab. These marine arthropods have a fossil record that dates back about 450 million years. Their basic body plan has basically remained almost unchanged, making them an excellent model for studying physiological and ecological adaptations over geological timescales. The ginkgo tree is another example, often referred to as a living fossil because it's the only surviving member of a group of ancient plants that were widespread over 200 million years ago. The modern ginkgo tree, which is Ginkgo biloba, is remarkably similar to its fossil relatives, with distinctive fan-shaped leaves and a resistance to pollution and disease, which may have contributed to its survival. These species are considered living fossils because there is little to no significant evolutionary change that occurs over a prolonged period. This phenomenon can happen for several reasons, being that if the habitat of a species does not change significantly, or if the species is particularly well adapted to a range of conditions. In some cases, living fossils may also inhabit ecological niches with little competition or predation, reducing the need for evolutionary adaptations. Sometimes the anatomical and physiological traits of a species may also be so well suited to survival and reproduction that they remain effective over millions of years. Missing links. The term missing link has historically been used to describe fossils that are seen as transitional forms between major groups of organisms, mainly in the context of human evolution. This idea stems from earlier scientific notions that evolution proceeds in a linear fashion, which aligns with the outdated concept of the Great Chain of Being, where humans were viewed as the ultimate goal of a hierarchical structure of life. However, the term missing link is no longer favored in scientific communities because it inaccurately suggests that evolution is a straightforward, linear process. As we mentioned before too, we now know that evolution is a branching process, where various species evolved from common ancestors, but not necessarily in a direct line. Scientists today prefer to use terms like transitional fossils to describe these intermediate forms. Despite its decline in scientific use though, the concept of the missing link was critical in early paleontological studies, especially those relating to human evolution. For instance, the discovery of Homo erectus or Java 9 by Eugene Dubius in Indonesia was initially celebrated as a missing link between apes and humans. This and other discoveries have helped paint a more nuanced picture of human evolution, showing it as a complex web of branches rather than a simple ladder of progression. Other famous examples, often cited as missing links, include Lucy, which provided clear evidence of bipedalism, an important step towards modern human anatomy. Each of these fossils has added to a deeper understanding of the evolutionary steps that led to modern humans. All Yesterdays. All Yesterdays is a unique book in the field of paleoart, exploring a new way to look at dinosaurs and other prehistoric animals. Authored by John Conway, C.M. Clothman, and Darren Naish, the book challenges the traditional reconstructions of these creatures that are often seen in popular culture and scientific illustration. Instead, it proposes more speculative, sometimes even whimsical interpretations of how extinct animals might have looked based on contemporary understanding of animal anatomy and behavior. The central premise of All Yesterdays is that paleontologists and artists typically reconstruct the appearance and behavior of extinct animals based on the closest living relatives and the most obvious interpretations of the fossil record. However, this method may not always capture the full range of possibilities. The authors argue that if a modern animal skeleton were to be reconstructed without any knowledge of the creature's flesh or behavior, it might look very different from the actual animal. For example, All Yesterdays features illustrations of dinosaurs with strikingly different body shapes, postures, and behaviors that are seldom considered but plausible given what is known about their anatomy. The book includes depictions of giant sauropods resting in watery lagoons, carnivorous dinosaurs in flamboyant mating displays, and small theropods with coats of brightly colored feathers and elaborate patterns. The book also ventures into speculative paleoart, imagining how future paleontologists might misinterpret the fossils of modern animals like cats, swans, or elephants if they had only skeletal remains to go on. These illustrations serve as a reminder of the limitations of our knowledge and the potential for creativity in the reconstruction of extinct species. The legal fossil trade. The legal fossil trade shows the scientific, educational, and cultural understanding of natural history. Fossils, which provide crucial insights into ancient life, climates, and environments, lose much of their scientific value when illegally removed from the original geological context. This not only strips researchers of critical data, but also impacts broader fields of study and public knowledge. Fossils are often subject to strict national and international regulations that aim to protect and preserve natural heritage. These laws typically require any discovered fossils to remain within the country of origin and to be reported to appropriate authorities. The legal trade frequently involves smuggling and the falsification of documents, actions that are criminal and violate these regulations. High-profile cases of legal fossil trading, such as the smuggling of Pterosaurus bataar skeleton out of Mongolia, show the global scale of the issue. This particular case ended with the skeleton being returned to Mongolia following legal intervention. Preventive measures against illegal fossil trading include strengthening international collaborations to enforce laws, educating the public about the importance of heritage preservation, and possibly implementing technologies to track and verify fossil origins. Proposals for an international fossil registry aim to facilitate the identification and tracking of fossils, which could be a pivotal tool in preventing illegal activities. Brontosaurus. Brontosaurus, often referred to in popular culture as the thunder lizard, is a genus of sauropod dinosaurs that lived about 150 to 155 million years ago during the late Jurassic period. For much of the 20th century, Brontosaurus was thought not to be a valid genus. Instead, the dinosaur was classified as a Apatosaurus. This classification stemmed from an early 20th century scientific consensus that considered Brontosaurus merely a species of Apatosaurus due to their skeletal similarities. However, recent studies have revived the Brontosaurus name, distinguishing it once again as its own genus. The confusion began in the early 19th century with the bone wars, a period of intense fossil speculation and competition between paleontologists Arthur Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope. In 1877, Marsh discovered and named it Apatosaurus, and 2 years later he described and named another skeleton Brontosaurus. However, because of the rush of the competition, the Brontosaurus specimen was initially reconstructed with a long skull, more reminiscent of a Camarasaurus, which then led to questions about its classification. In the early 20th century, paleontologist Elmo Riggs argued that Brontosaurus was not sufficiently distinct from Apatosaurus to warrant its own genus designation, leading to Brontosaurus being under Apatosaurus. This view persisted until a significant 2015 study that used more rigorous statistical methods to compare skeletal details among related dinosaurs. This study concluded that Brontosaurus had enough unique features to be considered a separate genus from Apatosaurus. Brontosaurus was a massive animal, with some estimates suggesting it reached lengths of about 22 meters and weighed up to 50 metric tons. It had a long, whip-like tail, an enormous elongated neck, and it likely held its head relatively low to the ground, grazing on low-lying plants. Its four-style legs supported its massive body, and like other sauropods, it's believed to have spent much of its time eating plants to sustain its enormous bulk. Informally named dinosaurs. Informally named dinosaurs often carry nicknames or provisional names given by the media, the public, or by scientists prior to a formal scientific description. These names aren't officially recognized scientific names, but can be widely known and often carry significant public interest. One famous example is Sue, which is the nickname for one of the largest and most complete T-Rex specimens ever discovered. Found in 1990 by Sue Hendrickson, an explorer and fossil collector, the dinosaur was named in her honor. Sue is housed at the Field Museum of Natural History in Chicago now. While not a formal scientific designation, the name is commonly used in public discussions and exhibits about this particular T-Rex fossil. Another example is Scotty, the nickname given to an exceptionally large T-Rex specimen discovered in Saskatchewan, Canada. Named for the bottle of scotch consumed the night it was discovered, Scotty is noted for its size, which some studies suggest might be the largest known specimen of its species. Stan, another T-Rex, was discovered in South Dakota in 1987 and has since been recognized for the excellent condition of its skull. The nickname Stan is derived from the paleontologist Stan Sakerson, who initially found the fossil. Cloning mammoths. Cloning mammoths is an interesting topic that integrates paleobiology, genetics, and advanced biotechnology. It involves potentially using preserved genetic material from mammoth remains, often found in permafrost, to bring the woolly mammoth or mammoth-like creature back to life. This idea is part of the broader scientific and ethical discussion surrounding de-extinction, which is the concept of resurrecting extinct species. The feasibility of cloning mammoths largely stems from the relatively well-preserved specimens that have been uncovered in Siberian ice. These remains sometimes include not only bones, but also soft tissues and hair, providing a wealth of biological material that is rarely available for most extinct species. In some cases, these remains still contain recoverable DNA, which is crucial for cloning efforts. The envisioned process for cloning a mammoth would likely involve extracting DNA from these preserved tissues and then piecing together these fragments to reconstruct the mammoth's genome. The task, though, is complicated by the degradation of DNA over thousands of years, making it fragmented and chemically modified. After assembling a sufficiently complete genome, scientists would need to insert this genetic material into an egg cell from a closely related species, like the Asian elephant, which would act as a surrogate mother. Despite the technical challenges though, the prospect of cloning mammoths raises a lot of interest for several reasons. Scientifically, it can provide insights into mammoth biology, their ecological roles, and the environments of the past. Ethically and ecologically, it prompts discussions about the implications of bringing back species that have been extinct for thousands of years, including the potential impacts on modern ecosystems and the ethical considerations of such interventions. Godzilla is a dinosaur. The debate about whether Godzilla can be classified as a dinosaur arises from his portrayal in various films and the characteristics that link it to prehistoric creatures. Although Godzilla is a fictional creature from Japanese cinema, its depiction shares several traits with real-life dinosaurs, mainly those from the group known as archosaurs, which includes dinosaurs and modern crocodiles and alligators. Godzilla is typically shown as an enormous creature that walks upright on its hind legs, which is really similar to many theropod dinosaurs, including T-Rex. This bipedal posture is a defining trait of many dinosaurs, where the legs are positioned directly beneath the body, unlike the sprawling limbs of modern reptiles like lizards and crocodiles. Further analysis of Godzilla's anatomy based on fan-created X-ray illustrations suggests the presence of other dinosaurian features. These illustrations show that Godzilla has a skull with openings in the front of its eyes, and a possible opening in the lower jaw, features that are typical of archosaurs. And the illustrations also indicate a ridge on the femur bone and teeth set in sockets, which are common in dinosaurs. Given these anatomical details, some might argue that Godzilla could be considered a type of dinosaur, but a highly fictionalized and exaggerated one. Its size and abilities, like breathing radioactive fire, clearly it apart from any known dinosaur and enter the realm of fantasy. However, the basic skeletal and dental structures align closely enough with known dinosaur traits that, within the fictional context of the films, Godzilla can be described as a dinosaur-like creature or an archosaur. Feathered T-Rex. The idea that T-Rex, one of the most iconic dinosaurs, might have had feathers has gained traction among paleontologists in recent years. This notion is supported by discoveries of related theropod dinosaurs that preserve evidence of feathers. The presence of feathers in these relatives suggests that feathering might have been a common feature among theropods, including possibly T-Rex itself. The evidence for this primarily comes from fossils in China, where species like Eucaranus huali, a relative of T-Rex, have been found with clear impressions of feathers. These feathers weren't necessarily like those of modern birds, but ranged from simple filaments to more complex structures that could have been used for insulation or display. While direct fossil evidence of feathers on T-Rex hasn't really been found, the phylogenetic relationship between T-Rex and other feathered theropods suggests that at least some juvenile T-Rexes may have had a coat of downy feathers. This is mainly plausible given that feathers could have provided insulation, which would have been beneficial to younger dinosaurs trying to maintain body heat. The possibility of adult T-Rexes having feathers is also debated. Sometimes it's proposed that as T-Rexes grew larger, they might have lost their feathers due to the lesser need for insulation, similar to how modern elephants have relatively hairless skin compared to smaller, more hairy mammals. The climate during the time of T-Rex, along with his large body size, which could generate significant heat, might have also allowed T-Rexes to rely less on feathers for warmth. Aquatic sauropods. The idea that sauropods, a group of long-necked and massive dinosaurs, were aquatic or semi-aquatic animals, has been a subject of debate among paleontologists. Traditionally, some early 20th century scientists believed that due to their enormous size and seemingly unwieldy body structures, sauropods must have lived in water to support their weight. This belief was supported by depictions of the dinosaurs with their bodies immersed in water, suggesting that aquatic habitats would have held buoyancy in massive forms, making movement easier and reducing stress on their limbs and joints. However, more recent research and fossil evidence have largely debunked the idea of sauropods being aquatic. Studies of sauropod bone structure and density show that their bones were highly pneumatic, which should briefly mean it was filled with air sacs, which is inconsistent with an aquatic lifestyle that would require denser bones to help maintain buoyancy control. Also, the positioning and structure of their nostrils are high on their heads, similar to those of other terrestrial animals, making it kind of impractical for sauropods to have spent such time submerged. Footprints and trackers of sauropods also provide critical evidence against the aquatic theory. These trace fossils frequently show sauropods moving in groups over land, with footprints indicating they walk with their legs directly under their body, supporting substantial body weight on land rather than in water. The tracks often display no signs of drag marks that would be expected if the bodies were being partially supported by water. Also, the diet of sauropods, which primarily consists of vegetation, suggests a terrestrial lifestyle as they likely fed on large amount of plant material that would be more accessible on land. The teeth and neck anatomy of sauropods, designed for reaching high into trees to feed, also don't support an aquatic feeding behavior, but rather an adaptation to grazing on tall forest vegetation. While it's likely that sauropods may have ventured into shallow waters occasionally, perhaps to cool off or to escape predators, the prevailing scientific consensus now supports the view of sauropods as predominantly terrestrial animals. This shift in understanding shows a broader trend in paleontology that relies more heavily on detailed biomechanical analysis and ecological considerations than on earlier, more speculative models. Spinosaurus physiology. Spinosaurus is one of the most interesting dinosaurs because of its unique physiology and adaptations that suggest a semi-aquatic lifestyle, which is a rarity among known dinosaurs. First discovered in the early 20th century, Spinosaurus has undergone a lot of reinterpretations as the more fossils have been unearthed and studies conducted. Spinosaurus is the largest known carnivorous dinosaur, even larger than T-Rex. It had a distinctive body shape with a long, narrow skull similar to that of a crocodile, which indicates a specialization in catching fish. Its nostrils were located high up on the skull, allowing it to breathe while the majority of its body was submerged. One of the most striking features of Spinosaurus, though, is the massive sail on its back, formed by long spinal vertebrae. While the exact function of this sail is still debated, hypotheses include thermal regulation, where the sail would help to regulate body temperature by dissipating heat, or maybe as a display structure used to attract mates or intimidate rivals. Spinosaurus's limbs and body proportions also support its semi-aquatic nature. Its hind limbs were shorter and possibly more suited for swimming, a trait that contrasts a lot with other theropod dinosaurs, which typically had long, powerful hind limbs for running. Also, its power-like feet and dense bodies are characteristics similar to those of aquatic animals, helping it to maneuver effectively in water. The diet of Spinosaurus likely included fish, evidenced by the discovery of fish scales and bones in association with fossils. Its conical teeth were adept at catching and holding slippery prey, similar to those of modern fish-eating animals. Recent studies using digital reconstructions of Spinosaurus fossils suggest it had a center of mass that made walking on two legs on land awkward, further supporting the idea that it spent a lot of time in water. These adaptations make Spinosaurus one of the few dinosaurs that might have led a lifestyle similar to that of modern crocodilians, which are both terrestrial and aquatic. Tier 3. Nanotyrannus. Nanotyrannus is a controversial genus of theropod dinosaur that was originally identified from a partial skull discovered in Montana in 1942. The debate surrounding Nanotyrannus centers on whether it represents a distinct genus or simply a juvenile specimen of the well-known T-Rex. The original specimen attributed to Nanotyrannus is distinguished by certain features in its skull, which include more teeth and a differently shaped brain case compared to adult T-Rex specimens. Proponents of the Nanotyrannus genus argue that these differences are sufficient to warrant a separate classification. However, many paleontologists argue that the features of Nanotyrannus fall within the range of what might be expected in a juvenile T-Rex, noting that dinosaur skulls can undergo significant changes as they grow. This viewpoint has been strengthened by comparative analysis of known juvenile T-Rex specimens, which show similarities in skull morphology to Nanotyrannus. The ongoing debate often hinges on detailed comparisons of skull anatomy and tooth structure. And adding to the controversy, a well-preserved skeleton known as Jane, discovered in 2001, was initially thought to possibly belong to Nanotyrannus because of its small size and the characteristics of its skull and teeth. However, subsequent research has suggested that Jane is likely a juvenile T-Rex, which further complicates the classification of Nanotyrannus. Dinosauroid. The dinosauroid is a hypothetical concept that imagines when a dinosaur, specifically a theropod dinosaur like Trudon, might have evolved into had they not gone extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. This idea was proposed by paleontologist Dale Russell in 1982, who collaborated with artist Ron Seguin to create a model of this so-called dinosaur man. The dinosauroid was envisioned as a humanoid creature standing upright at about 4 feet tall, with large brain and forward-looking eyes, while retaining reptilian features such as scaly skin and a lack of external ears. Russell's hypothesis stemmed from observations of the relatively large brain size of Trudon compared to other dinosaurs, suggesting that it had potential for intelligence. He speculated that over millions of years of evolution, Trudon might have developed advanced cognitive abilities and perhaps a humanoid stance to free up its forms for tool use, similar to the evolutionary path of humans. Russell's dinosauroid proposal was pretty controversial and received a mixed response from the scientific community. Critics argued that the humanoid form of the dinosauroid was overly influenced by human-centered thinking. They point out that convergent evolution does not necessarily lead to human-like forms, and that other intelligent animals on Earth, like crows and octopuses, have vastly different body plans than humans. The dinosauroid concept is often referenced in discussion of speculative evolution and astrobiology to explore the possibilities of convergent evolution in the forms that alien intelligence might take. What's largely a thought experiment rather than a serious scientific prediction, the dinosaur continues to be a popular topic for its interesting blend of dinosaur science and imaginative speculation about what might have been. The New Dinosaurs. The New Dinosaurs and Alternative Evolution is a speculative evolution book written by the paleontologist Douglas Dixon. Published in 1988, it explores an interesting thought experiment between what might have happened if the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event had not occurred and non-living dinosaurs had continued to evolve into the present day. Dixon uses his knowledge of evolutionary biology and paleontology to imagine how various types of dinosaurs might have adapted to modern ecosystems across the globe. Dixon's book has a lot of illustrations and describes various fictional dinosaur species, each adapted to specific ecological niches. For example, some dinosaurs in the book have evolved in ways that mirror the adaptations of modern mammals, such as filling the roles of herbivores in various forested, plain, and mountainous habitats, or even adapting to Arctic conditions, deserts, and even human-altered environments. The New Dinosaurs is part of a genre of speculative biology that includes Dixon's other works like After Man, a Zoology of the Future, where he envisions the future evolution of life on Earth. These works blend scientific rigor with creative speculation to basically engage readers with both the processes of evolution and these possibilities that might come from it. Megalodon Lives. Megalodon, the Monster Shark Lives is a 2015 film aired on the Discovery Channel which purportedly explored the possibility that the prehistoric shark Megalodon could still be alive. Presented as a documentary, the film included staged videos, fabricated photographs, and scripted first-person accounts supposedly from professionals in fields like marine biology. The narrative suggested an ongoing presence of the Megalodon despite widespread scientific consensus on its extinction millions of years ago. This program, much like the Animal Planet's pseudo-documentary Mermaids the Body Found, faced a lot of backlash from both the scientific community and viewers for presenting fictional content under the guise of a factual documentary. The controversy primarily stemmed from the misleading presentation, which many felt betrayed the educational and scientific mission typically associated with the Discovery Channel. The show, though, attracted a large audience, becoming the most watched Shark Week broadcast to date, with 4.8 million viewers. This viewership was partly driven by the subsequent public and critical reaction, which criticized the network for blurring the line between science and fiction. Following the outcry, though, Discovery Channel added disclaimers at the start and end of the broadcast indicating the program's fictional nature. In response to the controversy and confusion among viewers, evidenced by polls where about 70% believed in the existence of Megalodon after watching the show, Discovery aired a follow-up program during Shark Week 2018 titled Megalodon Fact vs. Fiction, which brought experts to discuss and reflect on the original program and its impact. The Bone Wars. The Bone Wars, also known as the Great Dinosaur Rush, was a period of intense and ruthless fossil hunting and discovery during the late 19th century in the United States. This period was characterized by a bitter rivalry between two pioneering American paleontologists, Edward Tricker Cope of the Academy of Natural Sciences in Philadelphia and Alton Charles Marsh of the Peabody Museum of Natural History at Yale. Starting in the 1870s and continuing through the 1890s, the competition between Cope and Marsh led to significant advancements in the field of paleontology with the discovery and descriptions of numerous North American dinosaur fossils. However, their feud was marked by a series of unethical behavior, scientific malpractices, and mutual animosity. Both scientists resorted to bribery, theft, and the attempt to discredit each other's scientific findings. They hired spies, sabotaged each other's work, and hastily published findings without thorough research, all in an attempt to outdo one another. The rivalry began when Marsh publicly pointed out errors in Cope's reconstruction of the Elasmosaurus skeleton, where Cope had mistakenly placed the head at the end of the tail. Humiliated, Cope sought to avenge his professional reputation by proving himself a superior paleontologist. This ignited decades of contention, during which both men exhausted their fortunes in pursuit of paleontological supremacy. The Bone Wars resulted in the discovery of 142 new species of dinosaurs, introducing notable species like Triceratops, Allosaurus, and Stegosaurus to science. Despite these contributions, though, their feud ultimately had many negative consequences for both men. Financially ruined and professionally discredited by the end of their lives, their legacies were tainted by the very scandal they had created. Fossil chimeras. Fossil chimeras refer to specimens that have been mistakenly or deliberately assembled from parts of different organisms, often leading to incorrect reconstructions of supposed prehistoric creatures. These mix-ups can occur for various reasons, ranging from simple mistakes during the excavation process to intentional fraud aimed at increasing the value or significance of a fossil. The concept draws its name from the chimera of Greek mythology, a creature composed of parts from different animals. During the excavation, fossils from multiple species can become intermingled, especially if they are fragmented or incomplete. Without careful analysis, these mixed remains might be incorrectly assembled into a single specimen. An example is the initial reconstruction of the dinosaur Spinosaurus, where the original skeletal reconstruction was based on incomplete fossils that led to inaccuracies in its portrayal. Over time, further discoveries necessitate significant revisions to its appearance and lifestyle interpretations. Some fossil chimeras are created intentionally to deceive. The most famous example is the Piltdown Man, a purported missing link between apes and humans found in England in 1912. The fossils were later revealed to be a deliberate hoax, combining the lower jawbone of an orangutan with the cranium of a fully modern human. This not only misled the scientific community for decades, but also misdirected research on human evolution. And the commercial fossil trade can sometimes encourage the creation of chimeras. Sellers may assemble more complete or visually appealing specimens by combining parts from multiple individuals or even different species. Such practices are particularly tempting in markets where more complete fossils can fetch higher prices. Shrink wrapping. Shrink wrapping, in the context of paleontological reconstructions, refers to the practice of depicting dinosaur and other prehistoric animal fossils with minimal or no flesh on their bodies, so that the skin appears tightly folded to the bones. This can often result in overly lean and unrealistic interpretations of what these creatures would have looked like when they were alive. This tendency to shrink wrap skeletal remains stems from a lack of comprehensive data about the muscle, fat, and other soft tissues that would have surrounded the bones of these ancient animals. Consequently, artists and scientists may default to placing the skin directly over the skeleton, without considering the soft tissues that are typically present in living animals. One of the criticisms of shrink wrapping is that it ignores how much living animals vary in their soft tissue coverage. For example, animals like elephants and rhinoceroses have thick layers of skin and fat that obscure much of their underlying skeletal structure. If these animals are reconstructed in the same way as many dinosaur fossils, they would appear dramatically different and much less accurate. In more recent years, there's been a push within the paleontological community towards more realistic and robust reconstructions. Advances in understanding muscle attachment points, the discovery of related species with well-preserved soft tissues, and comparisons with modern animals have all contributed to this shift. For instance, the discovery of fossilized fat deposits and skin impressions helps paleontologists better estimate the thickness and texture of the skin, which can significantly alter the appearance of the reconstructed animal. Also, the practice of creating more fleshed out reconstructions is not just about visual accuracy, but also about providing more insight into the biology and ecology of these ancient creatures. Understanding their body composition helps in studying their movement, behavior, and just how they interacted with their environment. Loch Ness Plesiosaur. The idea that a plesiosaur or a similar prehistoric marine reptile might be living in Scotland's Loch Ness has fueled the famous legend of the Loch Ness Monster, or Nessie. The speculation that Nessie could be a plesiosaur originated not long after the creature gained widespread attention in 1933, following reports of sightings and ambiguous photographs. The plesiosaur theory plays on the fascination with the mystery surrounding these ancient marine reptiles, which are known from fossil records to have lived until the end of the Cretaceous period, about 66 million years ago. Plesiosaurs were long-necked marine reptiles with small heads, short flippers, and often quite elongated bodies. This description superficially matches some eyewitness accounts of Nessie. However, several theoretical factors make the plesiosaur hypothesis highly unlikely, being that plesiosaurs, along with all non-avian dinosaurs and many marine reptiles, are believed to have gone extinct during the mass extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous period. Also, there is no credible evidence that any plesiosaurs survived beyond this point. Loch Ness formed around 10,000 years ago during the last ice age and is a freshwater lake. Plesiosaurs were marine reptiles adapted to saltwater environments. Living in freshwater lakes would require significant physiological adaptations that are not evident in known plesiosaur fossils. The cold waters of Loch Ness and the limited available food supply would also make it difficult for a large marine reptile like a plesiosaur to survive. These creatures would have required a substantial size, and Loch Ness likely could not sustain such a large predator. Despite extensive searches, though, surveys and underwater photography, no conclusive evidence has been found to suggest a large creature living in Loch Ness. All scientific investigations have failed to find credible evidence of being a plesiosaur or any other large unknown aquatic animal.
Morale. Blah. 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 Weird. Good morning. Good morning. Matheson's here. Speedy's here. What the?
Yeah, good morning.
Morning. Meow. 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 Blah. 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 Meow. Blah. I'm so eepy. MB looks so eepy. Blah. Blah. You look like you're so ready to fall back asleep. Hi dwarf, hi Nyan, hi hi cinnamon sticks, hi Silvara, hi Lade, hi Trey, hi Corgi. Hi cutie cowrie. Hi mushroom call. Hi dog biscuits. I stopped talking in game because I don't want to wake Amber. She's definitely looks like she's about to go back to sleep. You can hear me, can't you? You still have the stream unmuted. Bozo. Wow. Arr. Hi, hi Matheson, hi Speedy. Good morning. Good morning, Trick Nine. I'm so eepy. Hi, Abby.
What the fuck is a vowel?
What the fuck is a vowel? Thank you, J-Ragons. Thank you. Thank you for the 3. Hey. Wake up and Adam. Who is Adam? Bayo, who the fuck is Adam? Don't boo me, what the hell? What? What the fuck? That fucking alert. Lazzy jump scare. It's too early in the morning for Lazzy. Oh god. Thank you, STB. Thank you for the 5 STB. Ugh. Turn the rain up. It's up. That's it, you're going out in the rain. Whee! Oh, that's as far as I can fly it. What a sad, sad individual.
I know your ass ain't talking about me.
Mm. 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 Ah, ah. I No way Rainbow Dash is here.
Good morning, every pony.
Good morning, Rainbow Dash. Yippee! Oh! Oh no! Wait, where is God? No! She killed herself. No! Rest in peace, Queen. Fuck. Blah.
Blood thinks I'm gonna add him back. That's crazy.
You made River leave. Blah. The sound of the rain is so nice in this world. Ugh. I'm so tempted to go back to sleep. Ugh. Blah. Like 5 more minutes.
Aki wakes in 0 o'clock.
Blah. That was so loud. UBRB. Okay. I was like drifting back to sleep. That resub frame one woke me back up. Hi, Palabula. Thank you for the 24-month resub. Hi. Blah. 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 Thank you, Palabula. Ori Cat VR. I know you. I know who you are.
Remove ads for me, please! I am leaving stream!
Hi, Ori Cat. Hi. Blah. Okay, we've had 1, 2, and now someone hit the 3. We're counting in subs. Yippee!
Yeah, and then someone hit the 100. I think we need like 200 subs to make Gamersupps sleep in VR again, so...
Yippee! Thank you, STB. Blah. Maslin, that's your mute in the chat room.
It so is.
Whoa! Blah. Morning, Ataraxy. I'm not mute. Hey, until I hear you speak, pal, you're mute. Blah. I'm so yippee. That's what she was typing. Hiya. Tracking moment. Amber's being possessed by demons. Sexy demons. Seek tracking. Blah. Amber's typing. She's tappy. Night gallery. My play space reset during the night. Pretty sure that killed it. Womp. Alright, Amber, time for half an hour of Just Dance. Yippee! I want Secretary R as my paralysis demon. Understandable.
Yeah, and by paralysis demon, I mean sex.
Bleh.
Blah.
Bleh. Half an hour monka. Yeah. Yippee.
Is that a tenner for Mr. Belly Button? You know what that means? It's time for the Belly Button Dance! Bam, 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 hey, bam, 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 hey, thanks for the subs!
Oh god. Diane. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 and 9. Oh. I'm so happy. I keep like dozing off. Ow, 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 ow. 1200 to get Amber to sleep in VR again. Probably something like that. I can't do the math.
Yeah, something around that.
Wait, why are you pushing for 1200 math? nothing. Got anything to do with that next thing that says kangaroo redeem?
Burn, burn to make a whip.
You love eeping in VR? You sure about that, pal?
God, the way the bounding boxes work, that was just bare feet in my face. Good lord.
Sure, they just took the shoes off for that one.
Hey, me and I are good friends.
You say so, pal.
Oh fuck, I need to get beers today. Someone remind me today. I need to go get beer.
What for?
I don't know. I feel like getting smashed this weekend.
Yippee!
Yippee! We do a little drinking.
Yippee! Hi, Platt. Good morning. Hi, Chloe. Good morning. Yippee!
Oh my god, hi Chloe. Hi. I'm waving.
You don't know you, bro.
She does. She does.
Who is he talking to? Yeah, I agree.
Bruh. Man, I'm gonna play some Elden Ring. Fuck y'all.
What? You can't. Matthew can't.
But no one asked Matthew can.
If Matthew can.
Yeah, true. Yeah, in my other friend group, we ran when Elden Ring released, we ran like a fashion competition. For who had the best drip in Elden Ring, and I came second, so I get the DLC for free from one of my friends. Yippee!
Yippee!
Yeah, Nyan, you don't want to see my DM list. Ah!
What did I say? Can you read that?
I said Matheson got second place amongst his friends, in brackets, 0. What the fuck?
I don't want to wake up. Ooh. Life's so hard. Ooh. Bed is so comfy. Ooh. Oh shit. How long was I out? Oh. Well. I had a dream that I was on a mission to infiltrate and gain data. But
I'm trying to infiltrate.
to get home, you have to answer a bunch of questions that you've been told the answer to beforehand. And I couldn't remember the answer to what is basic ramen noodles called. And I was freaking out because I couldn't go home. But it's time to get up. And to wake up. Remember. And to wake up and birth. Blah. 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 No motivation to wake up. Blah. Alright, I'm getting out of here.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Bye-bye, Ambler. Blah. Oh.
Cow jump scare, cow jump scare, cow jump scare. Cow jump scare. I'm up, I'm awake, I'm here. I'm a VTuber. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yippee. Restful cow lady. I'm so tired. I don't know why I'm so tired today. Go bed? I was just in bed. I just got out of bed. Drink Red Bull. Nothing a quarter pounder and a mocha can't fix? You're so right. You're so right. I should order coffee. Ooh. Oh my god. I fell back asleep after. That was such a struggle to like wake up today. Holy shit. Ah. You left math in the rain all night. I mean, he's a wallaby. You know, what do you expect? I got all wet. Blah, blah. Meow. 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 Alright, yeah, wake up alarm. Aim just chatting. Fucking big beefy subathon, day 4, baby, day 4. Get the fuck out of bed, bitch, go, up. Get up! Gotta wake up, bitch, get up! Get up! Get up! Whoa! Alright, that gave me a little bit of energy. Unironically, screaming that out, it gave me some energy. Ugh. Me when the femboy tells me to get in VR. Get the fuck out of bed, bitch. Go. Blah. Okay, time for a vocal exercise. Vocal warm up. Trance. Alright everyone, time to do our vocal exercises. I mean our warm ups. Yippee.
You're gonna put with your head slightly forward and your chin tucked down. You're gonna put a little bit of pressure in towards your collarbone,
Yippee.
just slightly, and then you're gonna do a slight drag down. Once you have that skin and that muscle kind of pinned in, you're gonna take your head at an angle but not straight back, at an angle going back with your mouth open like this. And then you're gonna quickly close your mouth, hold it for 2 seconds. 1, 2, and then release. We're gonna do this 5 times. So watch again if you need to, or join in if you're ready. So hands over the collarbone, head goes down. A slight press with my hands, head back, mouth open.
I can feel.
Close the mouth.
I can feel the stretch.
2.
Ah.
Bah.
Back,
mouth open. Close. 1, 2. Got 2 more.
Happy birthday, Yuki.
1,
Yippee.
Last one. 1, 2. As you close your mouth, you should feel a bit of a pull under your hand, like it's your muscles are trying to pull away from your hand, and you should feel a nice stretch on this exposed side of your neck. Great. Same thing, opposite side. I'm getting red already. All right, hand on collarbone, other one on top. Down, back with mouth open. Close. 1, 2. Again. Close. 1, 2. Number 3. You might notice, close. 1, 2. One side is tighter than the other. It's really common.
That's what she said. Blah.
1, 2. Good. Last one. Close. 1, 2. All right. Next, we're gonna go straight back. So you're gonna take both of your hands.
I'm ahead of her. I'm ready. I'm gone.
Like this.
Fuck you, Bayer. No, everyone has to do it. Everyone.
As long as you can.
All right,
I'll
everyone.
give you 3. So that was
All
1.
at once. Ready?
Okay, last one. All right, so we're going to continue using the lip trail, but this time we're
Gotta warm it all up. Gotta warm it all up. Yep. And then little face, big face, little face, big face. Gonna stretch the whole face muscle out. My face has had a headset stuck to it for 8 hours while I'm sleeping. I gotta fucking wake it up. Wake up. I'm insane. What am I doing? Headset dent, but it's on face. Get a fuck out of bed, bitch, go. Blum 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 blum. Gotta wake up, bitch, get up. What'll wake me up? What's gonna? I wanted to eat more. No, fuck you. Wait. Someone wake up Zaravi. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Where's the music video? The official video doesn't premiere until 1 a.m. tonight? But the song's already out. It's right here. Oh god. Do I listen to the song? Or do I wait for the video? Hmm. Surely the stream will still be going at 1 AM tonight, right? Surely the stream will still be going in 12 hours from now, right? Nah, this shit about to end in 5 hours. Let's go! Whoa! Whoa! Get the fuck out of bed, bitch. Go. Sing that shit, bird. Sing that shit, bird. Bird, hit that shit. Yeah. Bye. Man, I don't want to go to that Twitch panel. I want to go to this Twitch panel. Is this guy fucking... Is this guy was watching my stream again? Now that's it. Now I'm returning the favor. This time I'm watching his stream, okay?
It's the hum. Isn't this the I'm about to come thing? I thought this was a joke. The first one's a real. I thought this one was the I'm about to come one. This is
real T-Rex sounds.
Or is it actually real? No, that's real.
What makes you think cat? There's a cat in the background. I see cat. Cat.
Oh, crap at it. What about Akiwoo? Cat? Yeah. Look.
Cat.
It's Warbo. You want to see him? Hold up, Aki. I got you.
Cute. Cute.
Bye. Cute. What are you doing here, Aki? Aren't you fucking... You're live. What are you doing here? What the fuck are you doing
I'm
here?
just doing what you do.
He's an amazing cat. He's cool, yeah. I love him. He's really fucking nice. He's doing what you do. What do you mean, what I do? Watch your stream? Sorry for supporting my friend. I'll make sure in the future that I don't.
Yeah, fuck you, pal. Fuck you.
Hey, Aki, I got something you can watch later on. Emote is so bad. terrible. Fucking hell. He bit me. Oh, he bit me. Hi, K5. Oh, shit.
Not the only
Grandpa
one
is so
who
good.
gonna
It is,
start biting you.
Like, how did that work? So, Aki was watching Zoil. Not the only one who gonna start biting you. Jesus, yo. Sex stream soon. Let's go! Sex on stream. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Aki, are you going to be live for the MCM stream when I dress up as? I got an actual really insanely good makeup artist to come into my hotel.
Not
and
sure
fucking do my
timer
makeup.
says 5 hours.
Like a cosplay makeup artist, a really good one. Not sure timer says 5 hours. Someone just needs to drop you like 20 gazillion subs.
20 gazillion.
You got a lot of subs in this subathon, by the way. Congratulations. I'm actually so happy that you did. I really am happy that you did. I hope it continues, to be honest. Pause in her chat? I know. She's like a couple of fucking multi-gazillionaires, I think, but they're just acting poor. I'm happy for you though, Aki, honestly. If I was really wealthy, Aki, if I had a lot of money, I would actually drop you so many subs. I'm not even kidding. I would have already, if I was a millionaire. I look like a millionaire, but I'm definitely not one. And because of the house, that is, not because of my appearance. Then that's crazy. Give some of that Zoil money. I don't have any Zoil money, by the way. I could probably encourage him to go in there and gift you though. Maybe I should. I should be like, do you remember when you misgendered Aki and you offended her? And like you almost got cancelled by the trans community? Well, guess what, buddy? Payment's due. Aki doesn't need you to drop those subs. She needs you to drop
100
those shorts.
subs.
Also, hi, Matt.
Or you're not an ally, lol. I'm stealing your shit, Matheson.
Does Warbo like this, Amp? Oh, when you spank cats? Yeah, he does. He loves
Who are
it.
we watching? My friend MP.
I feel like all cats like to get spanked,
MP.
though, don't they? I feel like every cat likes to get spanked. 100 subs, or you're not an ally, lol. That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say. That's actually what I'm gonna say. 100 subs, or you're not a fucking ally.
Yeah, my friend, Corgi. What do you mean?
My high school bestie's cat loved it too. My cat loved
Yeah,
it.
let me hit / shout out on MP.
Bro, I'm so fucking scared for MCM.
MP.
I think Finster's gonna be there.
Follow him at the top there.
I need to be the most feminine I've ever been in my life.
Me a hero.
Just spent. You guys don't even know how much money I spent on a makeup artist. I need to look the feminist I've ever looked. You might meet your hero Finster. I hope so. It's not my hero, by the way. I'm just a big fan.
Just a big fan.
You gonna say hi to him?
That's
I think
crazy.
So. Still him? That's crazy. What's crazy? I'm just a massive fan. What's wrong with being a fan? Aren't you a fan of Rufflegator?
He's my friend.
You're a big fan of Robert Malecki, aren't you? He's my friend, okay? Friend, fan, it's all the same thing in the parasocial world of Twitch.television.
What? What the fuck?
I mean, I can claim that I'm friends with everyone, Aki. Guys, XQC's my best friend. He knows me.
What
I'm
the
kidding.
fuck?
I know your friends.
It says not live. He has an alt account. He's on his alt account. Just like me. I have an alt account too.
Sub. Yeah.
Some people stream on alt accounts on Twitch, guys, you know? Like, I have an alt account. Did you guys know that? Some of you probably don't know that. Did you know there's an account called Akiwoo bot that has a check mark that I sometimes stream on? Crazy. Look, that's me. There I am. That's guys, that's me. No way. No way. Hate that bitch.
You know what I mean?
Hate that bitch.
Wait, my song ended, man. What the fuck? Mod me on main. Got you, king. Don't worry about it.
Mod me
I'm your
only
best friend.
on alt.
We're all best friends, are we not? Look at the camera fucking breaking. Mod me only on alt? Aki. I would. Do you want to know the story of this alt? I lost,
Don't tell me you lost the email
if I hit it hard enough, it
again.
starts to change colors. Okay.
I can't
I
guess
lost
this.
access to this alt. Ah, you see this? It's so cool. I lost the phone number. I lost the phone number to this alt, so I only have the key. I try to get it back, but it doesn't seem I can. It's actually my ex's number. That's my ex's number. What up, Bliss? Blah. Blah. I don't always do this. Yo, you and Zoil and everyone always act like I'm so forgetful and stupid. But I'm not. Your ex has 100% changed her number since then? Yeah, 100%. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Stupid, no, forgetful, yes.
Stupid, no, forgetful, yes. You're actually right, Slavic. Maybe I am a little bit forgetful. Do you guys think I have early onset dementia?
Yes.
Probably, right?
Me and you both, pal.
Hey, Mars. Nah, just depression. I'm not depressed. Do I look depressed to you?
I can fix him. Otto?
I'm not depressed. You're very likable. Thank you, Fane. You have a long-term, handsome...
Mushroom girl.
I'm depressed. This loser in chat. Depressed. Fucking point laughing at pussy. Feels bad. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. What up, that boy? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel bad now. Okay. Well done. You farmed me. Hi, MP. I made it to Plat. Very good, Ollie. Well done.
Ew.
Imagine thinking of killing yourself.
League of Legends.
No, I used to do that a lot.
Real.
Not anymore.
Real.
Overwatch. He's talking about Overwatch.
Yeah, why are you streaming
You're
so
silly.
late?
Very. Do you think axolotls get scared too? Probably. Why are you streaming so late? Oh, I was doing new alerts on main. Like what we find funny. I'm trying to make like hundreds and hundreds of alerts for like subs and shit. So I was just catching up and doing them. And as it is with all, I just get caught up talking because I'm a yapper.
Yap.
You know what I mean? I can put the Nestle Crush one in, yeah. Other than that, no, nothing. I'm not up late for any particular reason. Did you forget to post today? Yeah, I did. I'll do that later.
Let's check in with Rob.
How to do the toss out slide, bro. Oh my god, what the hell?
I have my own fucking mini music in my
I don't even fucking understand what they're saying.
-1. I don't hear your rave music. You just sound like a crazy person.
The fucking Drake. Drake is there, bro.
Wait, we should probably... Can we line up the mutes based on their age next for Drake?
Oh my god.
I see 1, 2, 3, and Mori is 4 Godfalls. 4 new Godfall Magician Abbeys. No way. Yippee. I love variety. Yes! Rob must be AFK.
Explore dank memes.
Leave me alone!
Howdy, my name is Bill.
If I would chat, I've always said it, if I'm 35 and I'm not happy, I'm gonna kill myself. I think MP's got like 5 more years left in him, man.
Fuck off!
Everyone give him his flowers.
Do not fear a man that spams 1,000 memes. Instead fear a man that spams a meme 1,000 times. Howdy.
Wait, Aki,
my
you're in
name
here,
is
by the
Bill.
way.
I
don't know what the
I'm Marisa?
Howdy, my name is Bill.
I will beat you.
There it is!
I will beat you. Whoa, your hair. I will beat you.
Born too late to explore the earth. Born too early to explore
There
the
I am.
universe. Born perfectly to explore dank memes.
3, 2, 1, guys, just type Poro-san.
Kill yourself.
Born too late to explore the earth. Born too early to explore the universe. Born perfectly to explore dank memes.
Hang on, one more I think. No, I said all one. Never mind, we're at the end. There's heaps more, but yeah.
Oh my god!
Born too late to explore the earth. Born too early to
Holy
explore
shit.
the universe. Born perfectly to explore dank memes.
Ignore that one. Just ignore that one. Very good. Very fucking good. Very fucking good. I will do the Nestel one, you're right, in a sec, I will. That's all the new
Nestel?
ones so far.
You mean
like
Nestle?
7 new ones? That's pretty...
How the fuck does he say Nestle? Nestel. Nestel. Bro, say this word. Nestle.
1,000 gifted subs now for that, guys. Thank you. Bro said this word, Nestel. I have to... Okay. What the fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean? Okay, I have to paint Zoil blue. I have to paint him blue.
Allie.
Entirely blue. How in the fuck? I have to do it with body paint, and I need to contour him with this palette. Bro bought the shittiest fucking palette I've ever seen in my life and expects this to come out good.
Look at those colors.
What am I supposed to do? It's going to take me hours. It's not enough paint. You need blue body paint. No, I have it. I have
It's
blue body
Nestle.
paint too.
No, it's Nestle, Ori. It's
Oil
Nestle.
up too. Is it Nestle? Oh,
Yes.
my bad. I just call it Nestel. Nestle, or whatever. Doesn't really matter how I fucking say it. Here's the thing. Everyone gets on my ass about the way I pronounce stuff or word things. But here's the funny part, is you all know what I'm talking about, but you feel that you need to correct me anyway. I'm an alley, guys. I'm an alley. Are you painting his track?
I'll be right back. My food's here.
I don't think I need to paint his ass because it's only spots that this camera is on its way out. Wait. Wait a minute. It's the light. Watch this. Yeah. Oh yeah, baby. That's it right there. There we go. I fixed it. Warbird looks so cute in the back. He's chilling. Doesn't even give a fuck.
Hi.
Or he can just straight up fucking ignore me. What a piece of shit. What we do with once it becomes unfit for streaming, throw it in the bin. Literally throw it in the bin. Slow blink with him? I did. I know that's why how cats say I love you.
I got.
Good night, Psychonize.
I got some McDonald's. I got a quarter pounder.
Fixed it. Oh,
I got a coffee. I'm ready to face the day. I can now face the day.
Like this?
Yippee!
Holy shit. I look like that I look like one of those Giga Chat babes.
Can you feel my heart?
My name is Skylar White, yo. Walter White, yo.
Good name, Finger.
I thought my cat was just retarded. Mine certainly is. What's this? Oh god, what the fuck is this? Do I want to see this?
Bro. Is he having a stroke?
Drew, I would, but this is not mine. You'd have to ask Zoil. This camera's not mine. Everything here, everything you see here, except for this microphone, this mouse, this keyboard, everything else, and the mouse pad. Everything else is Zoil's. I don't own anything else in the setup. It's all Zoil's. But the camera starts to overheat and it starts to lag, and then the colors start flickering too. I own the mouse pad, yeah. Or I would say yes.
Blah.
Sorry. I would say yes otherwise. Aki, I can see your chat saying, why can't I do my own makeup?
Yeah. Well?
I can do my own makeup.
Of course you can.
I can do my own makeup. I can do my own makeup. I certainly can.
We have the same...
But, okay, hear me out.
What's that called?
Why would I do my own makeup on a day where I have to paint Zoil's entire body from head to toe in blue?
Ooh.
What time do I have to paint my own face?
Foundation, yeah.
Okay, I don't. We have the same foundation? Oh, this doesn't even match me. I only bought it for the bunny girl Suffolk shit. This doesn't even match my skin tone.
Womp.
The one that I actually asked for, they didn't fucking deliver. They only had these two as replacements. I don't know what skin tone I am because... And no one can fucking tell because the light keeps flickering. If you marry
Just go into a store yourself.
Guys, me and Zor are not together.
And put some on your arm, bro.
We're not together. We're not together.
That's what I did.
We're not together. No. No, monsieur. Just go into a store and put some on your arm, bro. That's what I did. Yes, I know, Aki. Thank you, Mum. Thank you, Mum. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, my child.
I know. Thank you, Mum. You're welcome, my child. Aren't I older than you? I am older than you, am I not?
Oh, me,
I'm fucking way older than you. Are you good with eyeliner? Yeah, somewhat. I can only use pencil. Somewhat. I can't do anything intricate. I can just put it around my eyes. This camera is fucking insane. Look at it. I'll fix it.
I thought he was about to fucking like punch it. What the fuck is he doing? What is he doing?
Call me Moomai. What the fuck is Moom? Oh, Moomy. Bleh! Made it worse. Fucking garbage ass fucking camera. Bleh! I hate this fucking shit.
And you recreate.
Oh yeah, her avatar is sick.
Blah.
I feel like Aki has one of the most like recognizable avatars on VR chat. Because like no one else is a cow. Well, some people are, but like their like personality is a cow, and I mean like a cunt. You know what I mean? Like an actual just straight up cunt. Like it's just actually an animal, the cow, in spirit. So I'm trying to fix this fucking shit. XD, because I love cow. What animal would I be if I was an animal? Don't say fox, and don't say wolf, and don't say dog. What animal would I be?
Ferret.
Look at it. It's flickering so much, bro. A ferret. Is that an insult? A dingo. Horse. A raccoon.
Yeah,
like
Nox
that.
a cow.
Wait, I can fix it. We'll just override the orange with more purple. Hold up. Actual Ez. It works.
Ez.
That actually works.
He
A
says
fox?
Ez instead
I
of
don't wanna be a
easy.
fox. A cow? I don't want to be a cow either. Hair's cool. I don't want to be a fucking ferret. You're calling me a rodent. Am I a rat?
Is a ferret a rodent?
I can read your chat too. Hang on, let me read Aki's chat as well. What's wrong with being a fox? Everything. Oh wait, Yuki, are you a oh, sorry.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
Ferret? I'm not a fucking ferret.
And
What did
it's
somebody in
her
your chat say?
birthday.
Gender question mark. What do I look like? What up, Spot? Yeah, I'm still in EU. What up, Spot Oscar? Spot Oscar, I think you've asked me that question like 5 times. I live in UK at the moment, mate. Of course I'm still in Europe. I think you've asked me 3 times where I am. Do you have short-term memory?
True mushroom girl.
I love rats. Rats are cute. Ampy would probably be a puppy girl. You would be a star-nosed mole. You look like a question mark. Killing myself.
Oh.
Matheson, I can read your shit, by the way. Check this out. You're such a cunt. You think I can't read your shit? Don't ruin puppy girls for me. You know I can pull your logs because I have Chatterito, right? I see everything, Matheson. Even if it's not my channel.
Alright, now say it slower so it pops up on his stream.
Look how far back I can go within the day, Matheson. You just fucking threes me.
OS Frog.
Everyone's doing the colon 3 shit. Wait, it's Yuki's birthday? See, look. Happy birthday, Yuki. Wait. Oh, never mind. Actually, I'm not going to teach you guys how to do that, actually. Fuck that. I'm going to teach you guys how to do something really cool on Twitch, but I'm not going to do that. Because if I do that, you could just expose people with it. Never mind. I'm good, actually. Never mind. I'm going to teach you guys a real cool trick to do with chat logs. But we're going to not do that right now. Wow, gatekeeping? Yeah, I am, actually. Fuck you guys. Happy birthday, Yuki. Yeah, much love.
So true. In fact, Yuki, it's your birthday today. It's your birthday. Oh, I hit the desk so hard that I paused the song. It's his birthday today. There's a cat licking your birthday cake. There's a birthday today.
It's your birthday today. Everybody say hooray. Hooray. There's a cat licking your birthday cake. It's your birthday today. He can't read, so he does not know that the cake is not for him. No. It might be his birthday too, but the chance of that is slim.
It's your birthday today. It's your birthday today. Hooray. There's a cat licking your birthday cake.
It's your birthday today.
Honestly, this... people should sing this instead of Happy Birthday. This one's more fun. I like this song. That's my new birthday song.
I'm not gay, but my parents thought I was leading me into a dark period of my youth. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. W, guys. Yo, I was thinking... we should do a soul level 1 run where we...
Okay.
I've never completed one, but everyone seems to be so fucking interested in it in Elden Ring at the moment because of Kai Cenat.
True.
Right? Phantom Tax, lol.
I'll race you.
We could do a soul level 1 run. I'm straight, but my phone says bye. Ew. I'm kidding, Velna. I'll race you in a soul level 1?
SL1,
Have you done one
yeah.
before, Aki?
I just completed SL1 Dark Souls 3 a few weeks ago.
Do you know how fucking long? That's not a race, it's a marathon. I just completed Soul Level 1 Dark Souls 3 a few weeks ago. Ooh, okay, if you want to race, I'm down. You familiar with Elden Ring though? I feel like maybe you're not. How many times you played? You know how hard a Soul Level 1 run is in Elden Ring, right? I got 200 hours. Oh no, you're fine then, yeah. I'm down. Yeah, I'm down. I made it pretty far in my last attempt. I made it to Godskin Duo. And then I quit. Because Godskin Duo is like, literally go fuck yourself level of fucking hate and pain.
Surely it can't be that hard, right?
It takes me so long to fall for someone, and then I fuck their brains out. Ellie, sometimes I just filter out the things you say. It's like, you know, like you got a pond pump for like your indoor fucking goddamn aquarium. Kind of filters out all the fucking goddamn shit in the water without you even realizing it. It's kind of what my brain does with some of your messages now. It just automatically filters. If I'm an asshole, I'm sorry. You have to use sleep pots to do it properly. I tried, Matheson. I could not get it done right. I just quit.
Womp.
Just pull up the Soul Level 1 Elden Ring guide. Simple stuff. Why would you cheat?
Cheat? What?
It's a very specific type and it's called MP. Sometimes maybe. Hi, Zassi. Cheat? Yeah, like as in like having a Soul Level 1 guide is cheating. You gotta figure that shit out on like on your own.
What?
You have to play the game. How is that cheating? No. Like, I mean, like, figuring it out on your own. I'm only kidding. Like, you do whatever you want. But I feel like figuring it out on your own is kind of fun. Like, figuring out solutions instead of doing, like, the most optimal meta. Whatever, doinks. It's fine. I was only kidding. Cheating is a crazy word to throw out there. I apologize. You know what I mean? I'm brain dead though. Oh, I know. You're a VR chatter. I know you're brain dead. It's okay. It's okay, Aki. It's fine.
Thank you, MP. Thanks, MP.
It's okay.
Thanks, MP.
I know. I don't even know what my type is. I just like geeks and nerds. If they don't deal, I don't want them. As in like drugs? What's wrong with you? MP also can't think straight. Hee.
Fucking
I'm
mushroom
not
girl.
gay. I'm like bi. That's not gay. Oh, I'm not joking off. It's the palette. See? My type is assholes. I just love just trash. The lowest of the low in the dumpster. Fair.
Blah.
What's the worst thing you've ever done and you can't say main Overwatch? What? To a person or specifically just in life? The worst thing I ever did?
I'm almost done here.
Oh, God. I don't know if I want to admit this. I pissed on a duck.
What?
I was on my way to a Day to Remember concert in Perth, and we're driving up with friends. Okay, you gotta let me explain. You have to let me explain. You have to let me explain. Just wait a minute. Just let me explain. We were drinking in the car on the way up. We all had a carton of beer, and we were all drinking like as we were going. Even the driver was drinking, by the way. That's crazy to think of. This is many years ago. I was so drunk, I was leaning out the car window on the highway and trying to touch the ground with my hands or get as close as I could.
Jesus.
Until we decided that was a bad idea.
That's a bad idea.
Anyway, on the way up, we were all drinking so much that I just needed to piss, right? So we stopped at this like little river undertuck where like the bridge goes over this river and it's like a little grassy sitting area with chairs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I went over to the river as any normal man would and pulled out his dick ready to piss in the water. And I noticed that below me was a duck. There were ducks coming towards me because they thought I had bread. Okay. And I was so desperate to pee, I just did not bother to move and I just urinated all over the duck. I'm going to be honest. And it just sat there and took it. It didn't move at all. It just took it. It kind of just tanked it. And then, yeah, that was it. And then I didn't think anything on it. True, Matheson, I know, but I was really young and stupid. Hi, Eamon. Yeah, these people don't know the story, Eamon. I hope you're well, by the way, Eamon. It's good to see you around again, mate. I hope you're being really well. Hope school's going really well.
Beta duck?
That's probably the worst thing I've ever done. To be honest, the duck could have moved, though. When you think about it, the duck's the stupid one. The duck just tanked it. Semester ended. Fantastic news. It's not a big deal. No, I don't think so. Still bad.
That duck?
Technically, that's animal abuse when you think about it. Can't wait to get cancelled on Twitter, guys.
Yippee.
I just wanted to hear you tell it again, if I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, I would assume you have a piss fetish, Spotlosker. That's crazy. Everyone is finishing uni.
It should have moved. Hey, OriCat, did you know that I was streaming the other day when I met you, by the way, OriCat? Also, hi Speedy, hi Carkesis, hi Yolda. Hi everyone. Hi.
Hate a duck, to be honest. What the
hi
fuck?
Random girl. Hi.
Untuck now, my queen. Cancel this guy. At Peter. Is it bird, though? What the fuck? Stop waving at me. Aki, are you really this bored that you had to have my stream? Are you this bored?
I'm eating.
There's got to be a shit ton of stuff you can do on that subathon of yours. I'm eating. Are you watching me while you eat?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. You can watch and eat. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do
Everyone's gonna think I'm a loser because I have an alt, though. Everyone in your chat's gonna think I'm a loser. I'm not a loser. I just like streaming on my alt when I'm bored. I'm not a loser though. I'm not one of those Twitch losers who spends too much time on Twitch.
Am I a loser?
Yeah, but you're a loser.
What the fuck?
Am I a loser? Yes, but not because you have an alt, but because you play World of Warcraft on it.
That is so true.
What up, Naya? Hey, Speedy. Wait, I met you. Hi, hope you're well. What do you mean? I'm gonna be honest. If you look, World of Warcraft is for losers. There's no easy way to let anybody know this. It's the same as like when you meet someone who's a fentanyl addict. You're gonna be like, damn, you're an actual loser for doing fentanyl. You know? It's the same with World of Warcraft. It's an addiction, and it makes you worse as a person slowly over time.
He's right.
Right?
He's right. No, he's right.
Just talk about anime. It's Ez Clap. Yeah, true. True. I took some of your suggestions, by the way, Speedy. I hope you don't mind. I'm actually going to start watching some of them. Worse how? You stop showering. You start skipping life responsibilities. You start literally eating worse and worse, and your eating habits get so degenerate with World of Warcraft. Your sleep goes irregular. You literally start making unhealthy towards friends. You start picking up World of Warcraft lingo IRL. Okay, you start using it IRL. The only thing that consumes your mind is the next raid and what gear could possibly drop to min-max your next DPS, like, you know, chart, you know. You're thinking about, you know, how you're offline right now, but you could be online farming Mythic Plus.
True.
Because, you know, slightly higher gear score, slightly higher DPS.
Yep.
It's endless. Then don't even get me started on the, I have to do my fucking mounts this week because there's a chance that a certain mount in an old raid will drop, so I have to do all my lockouts, etc., etc. And then if you're a PvP Andy as well, it gets even worse because it's like, well, I could be online right now, literally fucking grinding ranked. It's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. And then you got the dailies, which is where you got to go around, if you don't know, to the map that's currently current in the current expansion pack, and you got to do repeatable quests to build up a slightly higher reputation bar. Oh, so fun, guys. It's an actual problem.
No, he's 100%
We're talking retail
right.
though. Yeah, I know, because like Classic is going to be short-lived. Even SOD is going to be short-lived. People are already quitting SOD left, right, and center anyway.
True. He's right. No, he's right.
Let's be honest, everything Blizzard does is short-lived.
No, he's right.
I just want them to delete World of Warcraft and produce the next MMO on a new engine. An engine like Guild Wars 2 would be really fucking nice, with really smooth, clean animations for both mounting, dismounting, walking around the world. A whole different time period would be really cool too. We could go further back in time or even more forward in time. Imagine a brand new WoW engine. It'd be so good.
Imagine.
I know they'll never do it.
Very important. I gotta play NG Idle
I know they
for
will
2
never going to
seconds.
do it. I'm aware it's copium, but like I would love that. But the only way Blizzard will ever make positive changes or decisions is if people stop playing their game.
Very important right here.
Until
right, guys.
people
2 seconds.
stop
2
paying
seconds.
for that subscription, they will never make a good decision. Because why innovate when they can literally just milk? You know what I mean? They don't have to try. There's no innovation required. They're not at threat of losing anything.
Asmon level take? Nah, don't.
This is an Asmon level take. I have played World of Warcraft for over 10 years. I am entitled to this take. If this was an Asmon Gold take, I would be complaining about the fucking goddamn in-game store. Those fucking store mounts, how dare they? They ruin the authenticity of the fucking game. It affects my gameplay always. I hate seeing a store-bought mount. It really fucking sucks when someone spends $20 of their hard-earned money on a shiny fucking flying horse. It tilts me. I hate that.
Very true.
God damn. Aki already has the cow costume ready to get milked though. She probably does. She gets milked on the daily, trust me, by VR chatters all the time. Didn't a fair few people drop it for Final Fantasy XIV, or is it just a drop in the bucket? I think it's just a drop in the bucket. I don't care.
I do
to
what
be honest
now?
with you, I don't even care. I'm just yapping to yap. We're gonna stop talking about World of Warcraft, please.
Please do not talk about World of Warcraft.
Please stop talking about World of Warcraft. I'm gonna kill myself.
Real. So real for that.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to talk about something fun. This is actually terrible. Could be worse, could be League. Bro, okay. I don't want to defend League of Legends, and I'm not trying to be that guy that's like, yo, I defend people not showering. Okay? But at least in League of Legends, if you practice it enough, you can go pro and make a shit ton of money. There's like a future in it. I would, if you said to me, League Son or World of Warcraft daughter, I would pick League Son because at least I know that he has a chance of doing something with his life. I know that the World of Warcraft daughter going to fucking rot Max in her fucking bed and literally fucking goddamn get married to some 50-year-old weirdo on World of Warcraft. You know what I mean? No, okay, I'm reading your chat, Aki. See, then I said, League Son says slurs and WoW daughter doesn't. You have not played World of Warcraft for long enough.
True.
As a kid, I learned 99% of the slurs that I know from WoW. Okay. Because I've been called them. When I fucking goddamn miss a fucking mechanic. My raid leader would call me the most horrendous of fucking words. I'm telling you.
They're just saying slurs in a based way.
WoW daughter will just ERP on WoW. League Son will become a groomer. I think you're misinterpreting League of Legends community for the fucking Minecraft community. What up, Hilo?
Fuck.
Guys, that's Minecraft. Okay, let's be honest. I would rather my child, regardless of gender, play literally any other game but Minecraft. Let's be real.
Yep.
Holy fuck. You know you fucked up as a parent when your kid picks up Minecraft. You fucked up. You actually fucked up.
Yep.
Your child is now literally null and void and might as well be thrown into the trash. You might as well start again.
Yep.
That's fucking GG's.
Mm-hmm.
How? It's fun. It's all fun and games until they make a YouTube account with them and get 1 million subs. Because there's a split point for Minecrafters, right? And I know because I'm around the Minecrafters right now, okay? I live in Brighton, okay? I know them, okay? There's a splitting point for 1 million subs. This is a joke within their own friend group. They either go off and they live a long and fulfilling career making money and people happy, or they groom children. That's the splitting point in 1 million subs. It's not getting a fucking fancy plug. It's a 50-50 coin flip.
Bah.
How about an Overwatch daughter with anger issues?
Ooh, that's a classic.
Not bad. I don't think that would be bad. I don't know. No, it's not that bad. Overwatch ain't that bad. Overwatch isn't that bad. I think Overwatch is an okay game. And she barks. Okay, if she barks, I don't know about that. Are there any video games MP likes? Yes. There's heaps of video games that I like. And they're all single-player games now. Elden Ring. All the Dark Souls games.
Oh, wait.
Literally, Fallout. All the Fallout games bar 76. Even Fallout 4 was good, I think.
I think.
Literally, Elder Scrolls games. Baldur's Gate 3. Literally, fucking, like, heaps. So many. Every single, like, most single-player games are infinitely better than multiplayer games.
By the way, puns. I didn't say anything because I'm stupid, fat, and ugly, but thank you for the resub, by the way. Yippee!
Okay, single-player games are fine. I feel like more people need to play single-player games. Like, I feel like gaming is just so disgustingly, like, infested with multiplayer dog shit and brain rot, and it's so nice to go back sometimes and just pick up a single player game. Even if it's one you've already played, you mod the fuck out of it and you replay it through. It's so nice. I love that.
Hi, Panda.
Maybe it's not good on Twitch, but it's definitely fucking good for your soul and for your inner.
I think I'm about to take a break. I think it's about time for my shower break.
Roguelikes heavy. Roguelikes are really good. Hades 2, brilliant. Hades 1, brilliant. Is Vampire Survivors considered a roguelike? Or is that a rogue?
Plan to be on for
That's like a
hour?
roguelike, right? Vampire Survivors is, right? I love Vampire Survivors anyway, regardless. Kinda? I think it is, right? Bullet Heaven? Yeah, things like that. You plan to be on for another hour? I mean, yeah, perhaps. Why's that? Why? Why are you asking me? Mm-hmm. Can I park my chat here while I go shower? Yeah, sure. I got you. Yeah.
Yippee!
Of course. I can do that. Easy. Go shower, go enjoy. Wait, before you go though, I need to pee.
Yippee! Alright, you guys can watch MP for an hour. I'll rate MP. He's a funny guy. And then I'm gonna go shower. Go clean up. Fucking throw out some trash. And then I'll be back in an hour. He's a funny ass guy. He's an egg. He is a certified egg. Ready to break at any moment. 100%. VR chat player in the making. Let me slash raid this fellow. Slash raid Empire 2. This targeted channel has raids disabled. Go
take your shout. You're fine. Target channels disabled raids. Oh, yeah. You can't raid. Just leave your channel live. Leave your channel live and just park it here. Just leave it on this. It's fine. You don't have to raid. It's like, that's why I'm able to just stay awake. No, go sleep, Drew. You're fine. You can just park it here. Why would you... Do you need to raid?
I mean... I guess.
Or, is there a reason? If there's a reason, that's fine.
Just feels wrong.
Did she leave me here? I guess. No. Just feels wrong? Why? What the fuck is... Who cares? You care that much? Why? You're not stealing anything from me. It's an alt. I'm literally putting in 0 effort. Good night, Miles. Sleep well.
Okay. I will just restream you.
You're not stealing anything from me. You're fine. Okay, I'll restream you. Hee hee. Someone tell bro here this, lighten up, yo. People watch full-length movies on Twitch now.
That is true.
You're not gonna get in trouble. I give you express permission. You're fine. Just go shower. You're a fucking idiot. Look, I'll even bring up your chat on screen as well. Hold up. Let me copy the chat box. I'll put 2 chats up. You're fine. God, you're such a warrior. Jesus, man. Fucking hell. Paste a duplicate. It doesn't work. Hold up. Chat, what's the fucking chat box thing? Chat for Twitch. What's it called again? Shit. Please make out with me. What about I don't know it.
Dune
I don't know,
2
what idiot.
tonight, bro. We're watching
Eater.
Dune 2
Hold up.
tonight.
I'll figure it
the
out. Hang on,
trailer, the
properties.
2.5 hour trailer tonight.
It's Chatters. I got it. Thanks for the help, guys. Jesus fucking hell. Remind me not to rely on any of you for fucking anything ever again.
What the fuck?
Chatters. I can bring up both chats now.
I could have just actually given him the link in my chat box.
Akiwoo, size medium. I think that's it. Open sans, that'll do. We don't need it animated or any dog shit like that. Generate link. Then we add in a new source. We add in a browser source, particularly. And we'll just call it a browser source. Then we put that there.
Wow, look at the effort.
And then theoretically, it should pick up Aki's chat too.
Wow. Is that MP? That's MP.
I think. It does. Hi, Wiz. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Works perfectly. Isn't that sick? Look at that. And we have both. Read this if gay. Extremely. Is that an MP? That is. Hi, Wiz.
Takami, thank you for the resub.
Yo,
Thank you.
Takami _ cost. Thank you for the sub to Akiwoo for 9 months.
He's
Appreciate
really
that
good
very
at-
much.
Alright, I'll BRB.
Go fucking shower, idiot. Go shower. Okay, now post P-Shock and Love Sense.
I'll be right back, chat.
Hang on, let me pop up this tab. There we go. Now I have both chats.
Let me
open on one as well. That makes life
let me
so
change the
much
title.
Wow, so cool. Yeah, MP a real one for this for
showering.
real? Anything for my friends, yeah.
Yippee.
Alright, post videos for MP to watch. Oh, kill me. I don't actually have to click links, do I? Oh, fuck me. W. Be back in an hour. You're good, Aki. Enjoy. It's been 2 days. Chat, if it wasn't Chat, if you haven't showered in the last 24 hours, you should at least wash your feet. Just shower. I don't get when people don't shower at least once a day. Go, Tom. Guys, ask it. I just finished my heroics. I'm about to go shower as I smoke. You smoke? Ew. I'm kidding. Smoking is cool as shit. Sometimes I wish I still smoked. But I also don't want to get old. You know what I mean? Like, turning 30 scared the fuck out of me. So I was like, what if I start looking ugly? What if my skin starts decaying? What if my teeth start going yuck? So I quit smoking. I smoke weed. Oh, that's fine. I yearn for a dart. Me too. Every time I go out drinking, bro. It's like literally like clockwork. Do I need a PCIe 4.0 if I want a GPU like a 4070 Super? Don't think. Maybe you do. Oh yeah, someone in chat said yes. I showered ahead of time. Stream, I cannot just go shower because I can't stand up or walk. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Valado. There you go. Someone in Aki's chat said no as well. Oh, apparently you don't. Cool. Some people don't shower because they're British. I feel like if you don't shower, you just stink. Straight up. I would just assume you smell. I can smell if someone doesn't shower. They smell oily as fuck. There's like a certain oiliness to someone's skin and like scent when they don't shower daily. Check out this cool guy. Wow. There's a musk. And it's not a boy musk either. It's just a musk. It's gross. Or a girl musk. I shower body every day. You and me both. If I'm ever with someone and can smell the oil in their hair, I gag. My hair gets oily after 1 day. I have to shower daily, yo. There ain't no fucking way you ever catch me with oily ass fucking hair out and about. Yo. I'll rather kill myself. River showers twice a year. Oh, River looks like they shower twice a year. I'm not gonna lie. I can tell. Through the screen, I can fucking tell. They definitely got dick cheese. I'm just being honest. Like, I love River, but they definitely got dick cheese growing down there. You know what I'm saying? 100%. Like, you peel it back and it's like a fucking goddamn... like one of those string fucking cheese. Ew! That's fucking foul, and I'm very sorry to everyone. Ew. Sorry, guys. MP, what up? Hi. Can you guys keep Aki's Subathon going just long enough? Because on the 25th, I'm going to be a full-fledged woman for a day. And I want Aki to watch. So that she gets FOMO. I just wanted to get FOMO. That's all I want. I just want the FOMO. Yeah, for a day. What up, Jaburi? Just for a day. Never been in the egg allegations. How does everyone know what the egg allegations are now? It's just a woman for a day. What are you guys talking about? Huh? What is that emote? Bibby. Oh, it's Jaburi's emote. Flaming Granny, how do you know what eggs are? Fuck off. You're a degenerate. Any chatters want to fly out to my house and make me a banana smoothie? I'm sick and it hurts to stand up. Dot 3. You know, by the way, Aki's chat, you guys, you've infected my chat with the :3. Actually, we used to be a normal, you know, fucking smiley face use and stream in these parts. Now it's the :3 shit. Yep. Disgusting. Disgusting :3s. This is even better. Let me look. Atarax223C. I actually kind of like that emote. And we don't even start with the :3. Wiz, literally, you do the same shit. Wiz, you do the same thing. You :3 at every available opportunity. Aren't you a fucking femboy? VR culture is infectious. Absolutely, it is. VR's fun though. I'm not gonna lie. For me, because I haven't been around it very much. Why are you telling me to kill myself, Chiburi? Just so you know. You'll be doing it too? I do :3. But then I randomly convulsive, like, it's almost like an impulse now where I, like, go, yep. What up, Ekin? Yep. I don't know what a trill is. I already :3 though, it's fine. Yeah, the yip. Oh, there's actually an emote to that. Look at this chat, there's actually an emote to that. How come I don't have an emote like this? What the fuck? Kill myself. What the fuck? Maybe we should just use Aki's one. Damn. Okay. I can't get out of my head. Yo, what's good, girl? This shit is so ass. This shit is so ass, man. Oh no, no one's made the new emote yet. We gotta make bleh too, but with fucking goddamn what's his name? Lazzy. You just gotta take the tongue off Blur 2 and fucking cut it out and put it on Blazzy's face while he's in a similar position. It's gotta be possible. Oh god, look at this. Filled with SpaghettiOs. Oh god. That's crazy. I bet he gets lint stuck in his belly button. I can tell he gets lint stuck in his belly button. Like he has to fish out like actual pieces of cloth. Reminds me of King Ass Ripper, yeah. Is that what's his name? That's Lazzy, yeah. This is the real Lazzy, by the way. Depressed. No! No! Ew, MP, ew. Ew, brother, ew! What is that? Okay, so suddenly we're above belly button lint. All I'm going to say is, I've never had belly button lint. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think I've ever had belly button lint in my life. That's all I'm saying, yo. This is a good one. Why is he so zesty? He's so zesty. Definitely listens to Drake. 100%. Wow. Oh my god, I forgot Micah made that emo. Streamer, don't fall down the gross shock humor rabbit hole like everyone else in this awful community. What do you mean? I'm wholesome and wonderful at all times, and I carry myself in such a way. I'm always wholesome and wonderful, and I'm always a pure joy to be around. I would never. What I mean by that is I already went down the shock humor rabbit hole, but I didn't do it on VR. I did it on Twitch, and now I don't do it anymore. Now I teeter on the edge of like doing OnlyFans in full cosplay because I feel like I would make a shit ton of money as opposed to streaming instead. What a Lazzies, be a gothic bunny. What the fuck is a gothic bunny? What the fuck is a gothic bunny? You're so far gone? Nah, not yet. We're not quite there yet. Let me double check my Discord real quick. Okay, we're good. Shit. Can someone from my chat please remind me to contact FTK? I need to send FTK files for the new starting shit. Screen starting. Can someone, anyone from chat, please? Just from mine. It's too late to save you, MP. What do you mean? Wait, after Lazzy gets over being rejected by Puppy, there is only one Australian trans VR chat personality left. And who might that be? You probably could make big bucks, not gonna lie. Alright, hopefully. Don't forget to contact FTK and send the files. Thank you. Wait, is Lazzy trans? Wait, Lazzy's not Australian. Is he? Lazzy's Aussie? No? Oh. I was gonna say, there's no way somebody that degenerate is an Australian. There's no way. This motherfucker. Reading can be hard. Did I miss? Oh, they were saying me. Okay, cool. Very funny. Good one. You're not smarter than a 5th grader? Actually, I graduated at the top of my class in primary school, or elementary school for the Americans. Thank you very much. I was the top of my class for science and English, and I had to go to a separate school chosen out of 200 students to go to an advanced program. Okay, thank you very much. I was extremely intelligent, and now look at me. I'm a Twitch streamer. Very fucking cool. Very fucking cool. Maybe it is too far gone for me. Crazy how that didn't work out. Wish I was intelligent. I never said I was intelligent. I just said I was good in school. Could happen to anyone? Yeah. Twink.tv. Imagine if that actually existed. Does it? Hold up. You block Origin. Okay, it doesn't. Wait, what if I put the chats? One here, one here. Oh my god, that's so good. Look at this. Now we're chat maxing. Now we're chat maxing. There we go. The U-block jump scare? Yeah, fucking scared the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, hold up. Try and get him even. That's pretty even. I think we're pretty even. You are so beautiful, man. It's unfair. Stop mogging me. Thank you. I appreciate that. What is this? Hop on DDLV. Look at this. What should we rename it? What should we rename it? Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Disable that emote. Hold up. Give me a different name. Chat, while I'm in the shower, someone else thirst post for MP, please. Thanks, Ataraxy. I expect nothing less from you. Give me a name for this. What's a better name than this shit? There's got to be like a dance, right? What is frotting? I'm looking that up. What is frotting? Frot, or frotting, slang for frottage, from French frotter, to rub, is a gay sexual practice that usually involves direct penis-to-penis contact. The term was popularized by gay male activists who disparaged the practice of anal sex, but has since evolved to encompass a variety of preferences for the act, which may or may not imply particular attitudes towards other sexual activities. This can also be used as some type of foreplay. Owing to its non-penetrative character, frot has the safe sex advantage of minimizing the transmission risk for HIV/AIDS. However, it still carries the risk of skin-to-skin contact, sexually transmitted infections such as HPV and public lice, or quotations, crab, both of which can be transmitted even when lesions are not visible. It is an analogous to tribadism, which is vulva to vulva contact between women. Ah, the more you know. The more you fucking know. The more you fucking know. Well, there you go. The more you fucking know. Public lice. Ew. I can't say I've ever had crabs. I can't say I've ever had a sexual disease at all, ever, actually. What's this emote? Heads up. Oh! Oh my god, I'm adding it even though it'll literally never get used. Blaren. I've had lice before. I've had lice. I've had lice before, but I've never had crabs. I don't think so. I feel attacked? Why? I don't... No, I have never had a sexual disease, actually, no. Me neither, thank the gods. Crabs are just lice, but on your pubes. Yeah, but you gotta have pubes. I don't have pubes. I feel like pubic hair is gross. Pubic hair is actually disgusting. Like, a little bit's okay, but like, a full bush is like fucking nuts. Like, I don't know anyone who would do that. It's like a different type of lice. Wait, so it can't just be in your head? Ew. Anyway. I'm changing music. This is not cool. Let me put me here. MP is perfect. Thank you, Ataraxy. That's very nice of you. I'm sure you're very perfect yourself, sir. What about Moko? What's Moko? And by flow... Oh, you mean like the... Oh, never mind. That wasn't to me. I'm reading someone else's chat. Trimmed at all times? Damn straight. Vulva to vulva? It means vagina to vagina. That's some lesbian stuff. On God, for real, for real. Aki chat is base for appreciating this fine specimen. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. I'm fucking starving. Sorry, I'm looking for new music. Oh, this will go hard. It's basically just tavern music. Actually, no, fuck that. I got a banger. No. I got a banger. Ready? Actual banger. Here we go. Busy cafe jazz music. Please tell me. Please tell me. Please fucking tell me. Night out jazz ambience of relaxing music and rain. No. Rainy day in 4K background, relaxing study. I want them to be talking lightly in the background. It's not what I had in mind. Busy cafe jazz music with talking. Oh, here we go. There we fucking go. Study finds all men's testicles contain microplastics. Meanwhile, my girl testicles. Abby, what are your thoughts on the rising case of number of testicular torsions in women? I think personally that that's pretty cool, and I'm glad that that's happening. Wait, no, wait a minute. No, that sucks that that's happening. They should study why. I don't fucking know. Either one. Whatever works for you. Sorry. Have you watched your thoughts on becoming a woman? Next question? Next question. Wait, you can read the manga while I drew. Do your gals ever itch my nutsack? I mean, yeah, sometimes. You guys are so fucked. Sometimes, yeah. Oh, by the way, do you guys remember how I got exposed for being 5'8" or 5'7"? I actually remeasured with Zoil and I'm 5'11". I'm 5'11", and it was on stream too, so it was legitimate. I'm actually 5'11". Do you smell your fingers after scratching your nuts? Yes. I don't know why. Is that like a weird male compulsion to do that? Yes. I scratch my nuts and I smell them afterwards. I don't know why I do it. I can't help but do it. It's almost subconscious. Doesn't everyone sniff after? That's what I'm saying. No, it's more like, you gotta know, like, what if they smell? You know what I mean? You never know. Jaburi. Fuck off. Wouldn't they always smell? No, I don't think my nuts ever smell. Unless I'm sitting in my office chair, like back at my old house in Australia. If I was sitting in my office chair for too long, for sure. I used to get up and it used to just stink like sweat. But I didn't have an AC, to be fair. I fucking quite literally ruined a chair with my own sweat. It literally started to crack and peel off because the sheer amount of sweat that I was off-putting from my ass was actually contaminating the chair and causing it to harden. This was over the course of a year, though, to mind you. What do you mean, stop? Wiz, it's over the course of a year. I ended up throwing the chair out. It's just that it literally broke the chair. And is your VTuber arc still happening, or did you change your mind? I changed my mind. I'm gonna be honest. I thought about being a VTuber for the longest time to take away Cam. But I feel like if I became a VTuber, it wouldn't be as cool. I feel like once you've built up some kind of a brand as Cam, I don't think you really can go VTuber. You shower twice a day, maybe you should try 3. Okay, I shower once a day, but I bathe at the end of the day. Like, I'll hop in the bath while I'm here. I'll hop in the bath. But I won't wash. I think that's a little different, though. Mute VTuber, talking VTuber, webcam. The only reason I wanted to be a VTuber is because I wanted to play more games on stream. Does that make sense? That's literally it. I only wanted to be a VTuber to play more games on stream. What do you mean, no? Because, like, VTubers can just play games and everyone loves them. When a normal person who isn't a VTuber plays a game, it's all resident sleeper, blah, 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 all this shit, you know what I mean? I'm not becoming a VR chat mute. Do you need full body for that? I'm not buying full body. If someone buys me full body, I will legitimately be a VR chat mute for them. But I'm not gonna do it. I'm not spending any fucking money on VR. Yeah, should have pub hopped as a mute with me today. Why? What'd you do today? Wait, what? What do you mean? Wait, Wiz, you streamed? Or are you talking about on Aki's stream? No, I was asleep. I'm sorry. No, I didn't say forever, Jaburi. No. So... No. You go mute and then someone buys you full body because you fuck good. Makes sense. Some fancy girl added me randomly and asked to live stream with them. What the fuck? That's crazy. That sounds like fun. Bad deal? If someone buys you full body, you have to be their mute forever. Is that how it works? I'm good. I'll pass. To be honest, it's a bad idea getting me full body anyway. I wouldn't even use it. Average midnight rooftop encounter. Fair. VR chat is truly so fucking random, man. You have no idea what's gonna happen until it happens. Why pay for a mute when I can be a good friends of one and get a big hot dog mute? What's a hot dog mute? I don't know what the fuck you're even talking about. Oh, mocha tea. I wouldn't even use it. I legitimately wouldn't. What is this clip? Yeah, and it says I'm 5'11". It's so quiet. Fuck off. That says okay, he retook the clip and it said that I was 5'11". Well, Mocha T's your mute. That's cool. Mocha is now a hot dog mute. What is that? Oh, does it mean they have a penis? Like in VR? Is that what you guys mean? Makes sense. Is that what that means? I'm assuming yes. Maybe I hate you and I'm forbidding my wife from ever talking to you again. Peace. Why? What the fuck did I do? What the fuck did I do, yo? What did I do? Hello? Freer and music? Yep. Hold up. I have to move all my chats. Letting the misery cook for a bit, 1 sec. Jabori, you can no longer gaslight me anymore. You can't gaslight me anymore. Amber, you could be a good mute. Yeah, because all fucking mutes do is move their fucking hands. Look at this. Watch this. This is all mutes do. This is all they do. This is all they fucking do. That's all they fucking do. It's not hard to be a fucking mute. Just mute your fucking mic and make simple body movements. Ain't no one gonna struggle to be a fucking mute. Kind of racist to the mute community? Sorry, Cynic. You practiced that? I did not. That's just mutes. Your mutes also shake ass. I know they do, but I'm not doing that. My ass is too good to be a mute. Sorry. I need the IRL thing. My ass IRL is too good. It'd be wasted on being a mute. It's not hard, but if you love yapping, you just hate yourself and want to unmute, that's fair. I'd probably do this. No mute slander. Okay, I understand mutes do a fantastic job of what they got, alright? Fantastic. Good for you. Except those fucking AI mutes, and I will stand by that. If you're a mute and you use AI to talk, I want you to know your days are numbered. Just saying. I show you ass shake. Fuck off. I remember the name of the butt jiggle emote. Can mutes make money? Oh yeah, they can. They join Rufflegator's community, my bad. My bad, sorry, forgot. How did I get a sub here? XD. Wait, just so you know, this isn't my stream. This is Aki's stream. This is Aki's, it's not me. You're not subbed to me. You're subbed to a cow VTuber. She's very wonderful. Not me. I'm just filling in. Gator sex slaves. How do I stop doom scrolling? Jerk off instead, Spotlosker. Or you could type in Twitch chats maybe. You get a dance from Lich and you'll change your mind about AI voice. If I wanted to hear an AI voice, I would literally just talk to Siri. Wife says I can't jerk off. I'm on no fat. What the fuck is wrong with your wife? Subathon moment. Well, I do not follow this account. I got the sub gifted. Yes. Tim, this is what you do from here on out. You know what you say? You say, thank you so much for the gifted sub. And then that's it. Thank you. Whoever gifted me, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Love heart. Lesson 3. You want to get in the dance to listen to the voice, dumbass? Okay, but hear me out. VR does nothing for me. Sorry. Okay, VR does nothing for me. At all. Is that fucked? Nah, it's not copium. It doesn't do anything for me. You can see big boobs and ass and stuff in VR. It doesn't really do much for me. I don't know. Sorry. It just doesn't. I'm more of like an IRL person. Also, solution AI voice, just mute them and gaslight them and thinking it's broken on their end. Oh my god. Holy shit, that's insane. I love that. Or just don't mute them as well, and you could just literally fucking pretend that they didn't speak, and you can just talk over them and everything. That would piss them off so much. Holy fuck, that would piss them off so much. When was the last time you got laid, bro? A few months ago? A couple months ago? Something like that. I think. I stay getting laid with real. What up, Lazzy? Hi. What happens with a gifted sub if every follower already has sub? It goes to randoms on Twitch. It's like a weird pool system, Spotlusker. And it will go to people who have clicked on your stream, preferably in the algorithm, at least once. What up, local scumbag? Is Zoil a gentle lover? I haven't had sex with Zoil. Someone said F. Oh, Lazzy died. Damn. Clarifying real life person like that is wild. Okay, hear me out. Okay, if you're not familiar with the VR chat community, right? I'm still learning. They are very... Hi, Lord of Femboys, yo. So, if you're not familiar with the VR chat community, you have to make that distinction. Because, like... they have sex a lot in VR, but that doesn't mean they're having sex a lot IRL. So you have to, like, separate that. Is there even a mod here? I don't think so. There's a lot of VIPs, there's no mods. Where's Danksa Cream? Should Japan get another... K5, what? Oh, to increase their anime production. No, I think they're fine without it. Wait, is the Lord of Femboys actually a fucking... Oh my god, it's the Lord of Femboys? Fantastic. Sometimes random Twitchers get a sub on channel they've never been to. Yeah, it's like a random chance. It's to draw you into watching them so you get +1 viewer. That's why when you see a lot of chats that have a lot of big gifters, they grow faster. Because you're actually indirectly helping the streamer by bringing in randoms too that get subbed and come in and go, what the fuck? I don't even watch this motherfucker. Why am I subbed? Just like you right now. Something like that. Do you like cooking? Hell fucking no. But can I cook? Yes. I would like to think that I'm a pretty good cook, but I do not like cooking. It's not my favorite thing to do. New people are always nice, generally. Not if you're on my side of Twitch, though. Generally, a new viewer's gonna come in and call you all kinds of nasty things, and then, like, a month later, they come back and they're like, you know what, you're not so bad. That's kind of how it works on this side of First, they hate you, and then they like you over time. Valor, yeah. What up, Wireless Cow? I watched 12 episodes of Freerun, and it's just boring shonen with mediocre animations. Wireless Cow, I want to stick my entire fist down your throat. Just letting you know. What up, Blossom? Snipe them? I'm so tempted. Bro, take it back, man. Also, it's not a shonen. It's not shonen, bro. Maybe I should finish it. You should. It's not shonen. And it's not an isekai either. It's just... I think it's just fantasy... It's like fantasy RPG vibe, sort of like fucking shit. Is it seinen? Seinen? I don't know. Is that how you say it? You can stick your fist down my throat, MP. I think it's a bait comment. Probably. Probably. Just fell to my fucking knees. Matheson, you gotta be the most horny poster I've ever seen who isn't horny at all. You're the biggest horny poster who literally just is not horny at all. Legitimately. It's so hard to explain you, Matheson. You act so horny, but you're just not. There's just like nothing there past that. He got my fucking bit. I see you, man. I absolutely fucking see you. After careful observation, I'm a people observer. Matheson is just lowly. Matheson's the kind of guy who probably just wants a hug. And if he did, he would probably leak. Matheson would get a hug from someone he dearly loves and he would leak. Legitimately. What's this? It's a... Oh, shonen? You edited this. They classify Frieren Beyond Journey's End as a shonen? I'm killing myself. Jesus, man. Oh, Wizra. Is that surprising? Hearing the word leak? But I gotta change my underwear out to hand holding. Damn, man. He wanted to sleep cool last night. 40-year-old man watching kids' cartoons. Zaravi, just so you know, your entire fucking account's history and your country's location and where you are is based on this Twitch's website code, by the way. Just letting you know. It's not that hard to find. I'm not threatening you, though. I'm not threatening you, though. That's not a threat. Because I would never, personally. Someone sleep cool with math, please. It's because Frieren is basically a new genre. It's closer to shonen, but it's not really a shonen. Fair enough. Come visit. Oh, Jesus. You forgot the... bleh. Is that Warboat? Yeah, it is. He's chilling. Mm-hmm. Non-sexual. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fucking Naruto? Yeah, I don't like Naruto that much. I tried to watch a couple episodes. Kind of boring. I don't know. Naruto's kind of just like... If you're watching Naruto, why wouldn't you just watch Dragon Ball Z? That's my thought pattern on it. It's like... You want to watch a bunch of soy ninjas... pretend to punch each other, then summon illusion magic, then a bunch of really buff men fly up into fucking outer space, shoot massive fucking world-sized laser beams at each other, scream into the fucking sky, then actually punch and kick each other through mountains. Like, that's my thought pattern on it. That's my thought pattern. Yeah, but Sasuke. What up, Judah? I've slept cool with someone a grand total of once. It was not my idea, and I have not interacted with them in a few years. Fair. It's not about that. You missed the point, so no wonder you didn't like it. No, I get it. It's like a journey of, like, finding yourself and growing up and, like, you know, all of that whimsical fucking fairy tale fantasy shit that just doesn't exist in real life. I get it. No, I 100% get it. It's about overcoming adversity through persistence and hard work. I understand the point of Naruto. DB Super was kind of lazy with the first 2 arcs becoming reboots from the movies. Yeah, for sure. You're literally just like Naruto. You're hated by his whole village. You have a monster inside you too. Yeah, it's your dad. Me. Probably not Slavic, you're right. Just sleep in the same bed as your partner. The only VR chatters in this chat right now that actually have partners is Jabori and Aki. Don't even fucking try. What was that, Costco? I have a partner. What's their name? Ataraxi? What? I have a wife? Yeah, me too, man. Everyone on Twitch has a wife or a husband, right? Right? MP. Oh, we're married now? Fantastic. He doesn't know that I kiss my boyfriend? What up, Soap? This is weird. MP is in charge. What up, toxic masculinity? Yeah. Welcome to California. Woo! Well, you live in Cali? Oh, God, you poor soul. My condolences. My fucking condolences. I've been to Cali. It stinks like piss. I went to West Hollywood, and I played a game of dodge the dog shit on the footpath. It stunk like piss everywhere I went. It is toxic. Fairy Tail's a bad anime, Drew. Well done, Jace. You figured yourself out, mate. West Hollywood was dope, though. Great gay bars. I'm sure there is. But when I went, it was for a streamer thing. But it was just fucking gross. Like, I don't know why. Every time I went out in LA or Hollywood or around that area, I always felt very unclean afterwards. Like, my skin legitimately felt like it had a film of, like... I don't know what it was. It was like a weird texture that went on my skin. I think it's from the... And be soaking in pee. No, I think it's like from the cars and the sheer amount of pollution, maybe. Cali smog. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Wiz. I think it's like a Cali smog moment. The homeless people are bad in California. Yeah, I know. I felt bad. I don't know if I'd ever live in America again. I stayed there for 3 months, and I stayed in Austin, Texas, and it was okay. The living conditions were great, but like I feel like Americans, like not the ones on Twitch. The ones on Twitch are usually really cool, but I feel like interacting with most Americans is so fucking annoying because every time I speak, I'm questioned. No offense. But like if I say like excessive amounts of swear words in my speech, I'm questioned on it. Or I'm offending someone, and it's exhausting. The amount of times I was told to tone it down is crazy. Not all Americans, though. Just like... "100% like... When I went to California, we lived at a friend's place in Petalama. It was great. It was such a small boat, but could do daily walks each morning around 5 a.m. That sounds fun. Maybe it's not the accent, but the autism. I do not have autism. I don't have autism. Do I? Maybe. MP, my Mewtwo wants to learn Psy-Strike, but he already knows Psychic and Psycho Cut. What should I do? I would just keep... Is he a physical attacker or is he a special attacker, Eamon? That's the question I'll ask you. Because Psychic is special. Psycho Cut is physical, I believe. He's special. Then keep Psychic and Psycho Cut. You were in the Bible Belt, brother, K Kona W? What? Probably, yeah. You're tizzed up, MP, just not on your own stream. I think I'm the same on all streams, am I not? I feel like I'm a little bit more tizzed up on main. But you gotta kind of like, you kind of gotta like fucking, you gotta put in a little bit of effort, you know what I mean? You gotta kind of like build up that hype, you know? I feel like I'm a little bit more chill like this. You did get really unlucky with one of those jokes though. I did, Ori. You're not wrong. I know. I know exactly which one you're talking about. Unfortunate. I have autism, but can't notice it other than I'm really shy and introverted. See, I'm not shy at all. That's incorrect. I have anxiety. But you're a gooner on VR chat streams. I am not. I am not a gooner. I literally do not goon. It's all love. Thank you, Ori. I don't goon. I've never jerked off in VR. I've never had sex in VR. I've never fucking done any of that shit in VR. I've seen it, but I've never participated. Nice try, Ataraxy. Nice try. You forgot the bleh. No, not yet. Ever. You really expect us to believe that? I don't care what you believe, Clara. Hope you're having a good day, though. I don't care what you believe. I could not care less what anyone believes. You can either believe me or you don't have to. I don't give a fuck. It's not my job to convince you. Yeah. I tried it once and it was okay, but someone in my dorm somehow heard my hush and slammed his ceiling. Yeah, probably because you were probably screaming. I mean, you could just had a Texas moment. That's wild. Texans just find each other, huh? Woo-wee! Costco whimpers, not screams. Oh, whimpers. They're nothing, Drew. I moan like a whore, but kinda quiet. Jokes, I whimper. What are you saying AO to me in my chat for? It's this person, not me. Look. I'm reading this line. You think that's me saying that? What up, Buffalo? I'm not describing how I sound in bed. How the fuck would I describe that? Do you moan? I don't. I'm not answering anything. So I can finish? You can finish, Matheson. By all means, go ahead. I'm not out of shape and I am not out of breath. Don't even try. This is definitely MP in bed. What? Seconds before the pressure was released. Fuck me. That's me. I was doing myself. Oh. Time length matches. Yeah. Ugh. Oh no. This is crazy. Aki's chat just role plays. Be a good boy and come for your goddess. Look at this. Aki's chat is just role playing right now. ER Pig and chat is wild. Holy shit. That's crazy. That cat's fucking chilling? Yeah, he's fucking... He's zonked out. Look at this motherfucker, man. Look at this little fuck, man. He's big? Yeah, he's huge. He's actually so big, you're right. He's getting there. Well, he's a Maine Coon crossed with a ragdoll, I believe. I think, anyway. I think that's what Zor said he is. So he's gonna get bigger than that. This whole content brought to you by webcam streaming. Exactly. What did Buffalo say? Lamenting you haven't seen the RPing between me and Vigmoth yet. No, I've seen it in chat. Pardon me. Gonna be honest, this tavern music is driving me fucking insane. Okay. Alright, here you go. I got you.
Baby, I'm just trying to play cool.
There you go. Is that better, Matheson?
I want you.
This actually. You don't mind this? I got you, man. What up, Lords Oswald? Yo, good to see you. This is magnetic. He's very cute. The only problem is he puts his hair everywhere. All my clothes are covered in his hair. Some old Korean pro StarCraft 2 K-pop? No. When new Claro album dropped? No fucking shot. Guys, Porter Robinson. Guys. Just your mutant powers and telekinesis? Exactly. This is actually a River song, right? Don't let him fool you. He's gonna put on BG3 main menu theme song after about an hour or so. True. Actually fucking straight up true. Don't say Porter too much. River will show up. I fucking love Porter Robinson too. I won't lie. Welcome back, Aki. and not fair. Wait, is Aki back? That was an hour? That went by quick. You're actually back? Or not yet? No. Oh. She just meowed. Fucking hell. What a bait. Asshole. Take your time, but if you can hear me, Aki, take your time. There's no rush, by the way. You're fine. Amper, do you used to shave your arms or legs? I'm talking suggestions. Well, if you can and your skin's not sensitive, I would use some kind of sensitive, like, anti-hair cream. But if it is, like mine is, I would use... Okay. You're a femboy, right? Okay. Don't get male razors. Because male razors, like, get like the fucking goddamn, you know those pink ass fucking goddamn razors with the double end fucking goddamn soap, like slime producer, I forget what it's called. Use those. Especially on your legs. It's a lot smoother. And then afterwards, use really, really, really good moisturizer so that it can, like, kind of try to prevent ingrown hairs. But you can't always, unfortunately. Or just get laser hair. Wait, Ataraxy, you said you were rich. Why don't you just go get laser surgery? The slime juice is nice, that's what I'm talking about. Why don't you just go get laser hair removal? Just go get laser hair removal. If you get it 3 times or 2 times, it's gone permanently. You never have to shave ever again. Female razor a scam? Really expensive men ones with gel are just peak? I don't think so, Slavic. I can put this on.